You're that one special woman I thought I'd never find, with the strength to be gentle and the courage to be kind. Though it hasn't all been roses, still I know you understand. One of these nights when we're sharing a dream, I'm gonna take you by the hand and lay you down on a bed of roses in that peaceful shelter only love can provide. I'll lay you down on a bed of roses, and then I'll lay me down right by your side. There's no diamond on your finger, just a simple wedding band. Seems your knight in shining armor is just an ordinary man. Though I promised you a kingdom, and we don't have all we planned. One of these nights when we're making believe, I'm gonna take you by the hand and lay you down on a bed of roses in that peaceful shelter only love can provide. I'll lay you down on a bed of roses, and then I'll lay me down right by your side, and then I'll lay me down right by your side. Everyone considered him the coward of the county. He never stood one single time to prove the county wrong. His mama called him Tommy, but folks just called him Yellow. Something always told me they were reading Tommy wrong. Now he was only 10 years old when his daddy died in prison, and I took care of Tommy 'cause he was my brother's son. I still recall the final words my brother said to Tommy: "Son, my life is over, but yours has just begun. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. Now it don't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. And I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. There's someone for everyone Tommy's love was Becky. In her arms he didn't have to prove he was a man. One day while he was working, the Gatlin boys came calling. They took turns at Becky, and there were 3 of them. Tommy opened up the door, saw his Becky crying. The torn dress, the shattered look was more than he could stand. He reached above the fireplace, took down his daddy's picture. As the tears fell on his daddy's face, I heard these words again. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. Now it don't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. And I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. The Gatlin boys just laughed at him when he walked into the bar room. One of them got up and met him halfway across the floor. Tommy turned around, they said, "Hey, look, old Yella's leaving." But you could have heard a pin drop when Tommy stopped and locked the door. 20 years of crawling was bottled up inside him. He wasn't holding nothing back, he let him have it all. Tommy left the barroom, not a Gatlin boy was standing. He said, "This one's for Becky," as he watched the last one fall. And I heard him say, "I promised you, Dad, not to do the things you've done. I'll walk away from trouble when I can. Now please don't think I'm weak, I couldn't turn the other cheek. Papa, I sure hope you understand. Sometimes you gotta fight when you're a man." Everyone considered him the coward of the county. Everyone considered him the coward of the county. Never stood one single time to prove the county wrong. His mama called him Tommy, but folks just called him Yella. Something always told me they were reading Tommy wrong. Now he was only 10 years old when his daddy died in prison. And I took care of Tommy 'cause he was my brother's son. I still recall the final words my brother said to Tommy. "Son, my life is over, but yours has just begun. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. Now it don't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. And I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. There's someone for everyone. Tommy's love was Becky. In her arms he didn't have to prove he was a man. One day while he was working, the Gatlin boys came calling. They took turns at Becky, and there were 3 of them. Tommy opened up the door, saw his Becky crying. The torn dress, the shattered look was more than he could stand. He reached above the fireplace, took down his daddy's picture. As the tears fell on his daddy's face, I heard these words again. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. Now it don't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. And I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. The Gatlin boys just laughed at him when he walked into the bar room. One of them got up and met him halfway across the floor. Tommy turned around, they said, "Hey, look, old Yella's leaving." But you could have heard a pin drop when Tommy stopped and locked the door. 20 years of crawling was bottled up inside him. He wasn't holding nothing back, he let him have it all. Tommy left the bar room, not a Gatlin boy was standing. He said, "This one's for Becky," as he watched the last one fall. And I heard him say, "I promised you, Dad, not to do the things you've done. I'll walk away from trouble when I can. Now please don't think I'm weak, I couldn't turn the other cheek. Papa, I sure hope you understand. Sometimes you gotta fight when you're a man." Everyone considered him the coward of the county.
When I found out, thought I would die, because that lullaby was mine. I heard he sealed it with a kiss. He gently kissed her cherry lips. I found that so hard to believe, because his kiss belonged to me. How could an angel break my heart? Why didn't he catch my falling star? I wish I didn't wish so hard. Maybe I wish our love apart. How could an angel break my heart? I heard her face was white as rain, soft as a rose that blooms in May. He keeps her picture in a frame, and when he sleeps he calls her name. I wonder if she makes him smile the way he used shining with so hard. Maybe I wished our love apart. How could an angel break my heart? Oh, yeah. Oh, my soul,
two. One, two, sound check. 1, 2, okay. Ouch. One, two. One, two. One, two.
places, seen a million faces in 1,000 times. But when I looked into your eyes, I knew I found heaven. And I've been wanting to tell you, I'm never gonna let you go. It may be winter in Eden, but what I'm feeling is summer in my heart. Is it too familiar to say I love you? Would you be suspicious if I asked your name? Tell me, what would it take to really convince you that I'm gonna love you, even if my heart would break? I see a better day, I can feel it coming, I can hear it coming in the wind tonight. 'Cause you turned this man into a true believer when you left your traces on that moonlit night. It may be winter in Eden, but when I'm with you, it's summer in my heart. Is it too familiar to say I love you? Would you be suspicious if I asked your name? Tell me, what would it take to really convince you that I'm gonna love you, even if my heart would break? To the sea, let the rivers overflow, it won't bother me. Let the stars go out tonight, 'cause I can see them in your eyes. And I'm gonna love you, even if my heart would break. Is it too familiar to say I love you? Would you be suspicious?
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. They didn't hear me. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Usually when we do occasions like this, the tendency for us to think that we are Nigerians and we say that's African time always exists. But for this occasion today, we'll pardon that, because when you are working for peace, when you are building peace, you do that very quietly, very gently, and with a lot of patience. So we said we are going to start at 10:30. Now it is beyond 10:30. The reason is because we are bringing in that patience component of peace building into this matter, and hoping that those that are still lagging behind will join us. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this momentous occasion, which is the 30th anniversary celebration of the Interfaith Mediation Center, Kaduna, which started as the Muslim Christian Dialogue Forum. Can we put our hands together for that? Thank you very much. Please, let's share the program. If you look at the program, opening prayer is the first thing. But before then, there will be a national anthem. But all before that, if you see in front of us, there's something like looks like a high table. I want you to please believe today that this is not a high table. This is the facilitation table. Because in peace building, we don't have high table, we don't have low table. So this is going to be the facilitation table. So permit me to take a few minutes and bring a few people who are going to be facilitating the occasion today onto the table to my right, then we can go back, take our national anthem, take prayer, take our national prayer and national anthem. Which one comes first? Hello? Prayer, who? Yes. Prayer comes first before. How can he go? I don't, we are in the government establishment. I don't want to miss it. Too. Me, I'm a development worker, so we don't, a national anthem, Nico? Because in the national anthem, there is a prayer component. Okay, but the National Orientation Agency just told us recently that in an occasion where the president and vice president are not there, we shouldn't take the 3 stanzas. We should take only the first stanza. But if I was chance, I would have led the 3 stanzas, including the prayer, and then we will solve it. But let us assume we'll take prayers, we'll take national anthem and then do our prayers. And our prayers will be the interfaith prayer, the one we used to do for conflict management. So thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together as I bring up to the facilitating table the man who is going to be chairing this occasion today. He's not new to anybody sitting in this room. If you have never seen him before, you have heard his name. If you have never met him before, you have heard of his exploit in the Nigerian army and in leadership in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the former Chief of Defense Nigeria, retired General Martins Luther Agway. Please put your hands together as we bring him up to the table here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. While he's getting seated, I would like a few people to join him on the table and flank him on the left and on his right. Before I come to the DG who is hosting us, let me invite the 2 gentlemen whose story will be the cardinal point of our dialogue session or our meeting today. Ladies and gentlemen, the brains behind the Interfaith Mediation Center in Kaduna for the last 30 years that has helped to transform some of the very protracted conflicts that we have in Nigeria, in Sudan, in Kenya, in Mogadishu. Where's Mogadishu? In Somalia. In Somalia, in Eritrea. Tell me where you have gone. We were counting with you the other day. You told me it's up to about 45 countries. Please put your hands together for Dr. Imam Muhammad Nureni Ashafa and Dr. Reverend James Movel-Wee, the co-founders of the Interfaith Mediation Center. Please come to the high table, one on the left of the chairman, one on the right of the chairman. Now, the next person to join them is my lost brother that I found here today. In this hall, almost 20 years ago, I think nearly 20 years ago, we launched what is called the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. At that time, we were trying to bridge the gap and create the nexus between academics and development in terms of peace studies and practice. Put your hands together for the head of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution of Nigeria, Dr. Ochogun. Thank you. Okay, to join them again on the high table. Yes, we have a special guest for this occasion, all the way from Kano. He is the Vice Chancellor of the Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria. His name is Professor Dr. Muhammad Israr. Please put your hands together for him as he joins the high table. You know that Interfaith Mediation Center is located in Kaduna, and a number of us here are from Kaduna State. So the whole thing started from Kaduna. He's nurtured in Kaduna. He's headquartered in Kaduna. Most of the things they do in Kaduna because all of them are indigenous of Kaduna State. So His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, distinguished Senator Dr. Malong Ubasani, has sent in a representation, and he's out of the country, and he has asked his Commissioner for Internal Security to come in here and sit on his behalf and tell us 1 or 2 things about what is going to happen. Please support me as I bring onto the table the Honorable Commissioner for Internal Security in Kaduna State. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Another person that will come onto the high table is the representative of the Cardinal Oneikan Foundation. Please put your hands together for Reverend Sister Agatha. She will also join us on the table. And we also have the representative of the Chief of Air Staff. He's no other person than Group Captain P.D. Otowo. He's the Director, Chaplaincy, Protestant of in the headquarters of the Nigerian Air Force. Put your hands together for him as he also joins the high table. Now, again, let me again still fortify the high table. There is sitting among us here in this crowd, the man that can be credited with being the first person to hold the hands of Imam Nureni Ashafa and Reverend James Way. That time they were just ordinary Nureni Ashafa and ordinary James Way. There was no Movell there at that time even. Who trained them, and he trained us, and we worked together, and we braced the odds, and we got to where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to the facilitating table Dr. Sami Ihejirika, the founder of Strategic Empowerment and Mediation Center, Kaduna. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. And then, before I stop, there's still one seat, Ko? Yes. There's still one seat, ba? Aha. Let me bring again to this table again. One of the people who was very instrumental to building the capacity of the Interfaith Mediation Center as an organization. Until February this year, he was a very senior program manager with the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Alhaji Muktari Shitu. Where is the seat? Take him to the seat. Thank you. Aha. Now? Okay. Okay. All right. So, okay, how do we do that? How? Yeah, because other people will come. Okay. Now, okay, well, there are other people that are seated here. As we go along, I will take time to introduce them, and from wherever they are, they will stand up for recognition. But in the meantime, Oga, are you ready, sir? With the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise and honor our great country, Nigeria. I ask you to, if you know what we take.
Don't get to a point where you need to look like me within 48 hours. Over 2,000 people lost their lives. Don't get to a point where you need to look like me within 48 hours. The diversity of our religion, it makes humanity see. I must respect religion. The diversity of our religion makes humanity see. I must respect the other people's religion.
On the 15th of September 2020, issue was made when the President of the United States and Arab leaders solidified a peace treaty .
Life of these two gentlemen that we are going to be talking about their work today, they have, one of the things they have institutionalized is to help to break some of the cycles of violence. You know, in Nigeria, it's only in Nigeria that prayer can even cause problem. When you go outside the country and you go elsewhere, and when they say, what are the causes of conflict? Any Nigerian seated there will raise up his hand and he'll say religion. And the whole hall, if there are non-Nigerians there, they'll be shocked as to how religion can cause a conflict. So here, if you ask a Muslim to say prayers, at that time, if you look around, you see all the Christians, they'll be fiddling with their phones. If you ask a Muslim, a Christian to say prayers, it is the same thing. You see all the Muslims fiddling with their phones or even walking and talking. So these two gentlemen, in the course of their work, found out that, and then they try to see how we can get a balance. So they call it the interfaith mediation, the interfaith prayers. So, but when you say the prayers, at the end, we don't say amen. Because if you say amen, they'll say, even that one, you know, is for Christians. If you say amen, they'll say, I told you it's for Muslims. They are just finding a way. So at the end, they just say thank you. So when they say thank you for praying, you will be very comfortable. So they have told me that we should institutionalize that and use it here today. So we are going to do the interfaith prayer, and it's very simple. We are going to take the next 1 minute, and I will check my time. You know, even in prayers, people do shortcuts. We'll take a full 1 minute, so that everybody will commit this gathering in his own way, based on what he or she believes, to the guidance of Almighty Allah, Almighty God, and then we will, at the end, say thank you. So we are in prayers, and we have 1 minute for that. Thank you. You know, if you are not looking at your time, 1 minute can be a very long time, especially if you have been time on what you are doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again as we await the arrival of other dignitaries, and I will be introducing them as we go along. Our first item on this agenda is official welcome address by our chief host here. And like I told you earlier on, is the Director General of this prestigious conflict resolution institution, the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution of Nigeria. And it's no other person than Dr. Joseph Ochogu. Please let us encourage him as he speaks to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my dear brother. It's super delighted seeing you after 20 years. And I'm also happy to see Sam Mihe Jerika. Those were the people who started honing us in the early days around 2000. Our dear chairman, patriot, statesman, military strategist and officer, former Chief of Defense Staff, General Aguai, Martin Luther Aguai. I won't call the other prefixes again, but I know he's a fellow of the War College and several other service medals and with the UN, this thing. I want to specifically thank you for honoring this event. You've been committed to a lot of things that are priceless, which is peace work. People don't value it, but it's one of the most valuable things. I want to thank you that as a military officer, you've committed to this calling, and Almighty God bless you. You're welcome. We want to acknowledge the presence of the two persons we are celebrating in this place here today. My path crossed them, I think, almost about some 20 years back, or more than 20 years back. They were very young then. There was no white beard or bald head, you know, and all that. But you see, they've committed their entire life to interfaith peace building in Nigeria and across Africa. I thank you for putting this together, and I think that the Institute also is privileged, to be part of this celebration. I must acknowledge also the president of the Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria, who is here with us today. VC, you're welcome, sir. And also to thank the Commissioner for Internal Security that is here with us, Kaduna State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State. And our dear sister, Reverend Sister Dr. Agatha, representing the Cardinal Onayekon Foundation. Thank you for coming. As well as the representative of the Chief of Air Staff. My apologies, I'm not following protocols in those order, but just to recognize your presence here, as well as my elder brother and friend, Muntari. Muntari has done a lot of great work for Nigeria. There are people doing great works, but people don't know about them, but they actually do great work, particularly those of us who commit to do peace work. Because we commit to do peace work, people don't know us. But if we are violent actors now, our names will be in the newspapers always. So peace is marginalized, but today is a great day. Today is a great milestone where we are celebrating two individuals who have committed their life to building peace, interreligious peace, which is one of the most sensitive part of peace building, to work on. And distinguished guests all present in this place, the diplomatic community, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I say good morning. Thank you. So I'm deeply honored and delighted to welcome you all to this auspicious occasion of the 30th anniversary celebration of the Interfaith Mediation Center, IMC, holding in the Nigerian's capital city, Abuja, today. The Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution is delighted to join your excellencies, your eminencies, distinguished guests, diplomats, and experts in commemorating one of the foremost interfaith institutions in Nigeria and in Africa, the Interfaith Mediation Center. Today's celebration marks 3 decades of astute dedication, unwavering commitment, and remarkable resilience in promoting the culture of interfaith dialogue, ethno-religious tolerance, mutual understanding, and respect for human rights. The launch of IMC's Vision 2035 at this gathering is yet another milestone for this esteemed center, representing a roadmap to scale interfaith peace building in Nigeria, across Africa, and throughout the entire Commonwealth of Nations. Indeed, our gathering today is not for ceremony alone, but a testament to our collective commitment to building bridges among our religious divides, advancing early warning systems, strengthening mediation and dialogue structures, and driving inclusive growth and socioeconomic development in our communities and beyond. Excellencies, eminencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to re-echo the theme of IMC's 30th anniversary celebration, which is a legacy of dialogue, future of peace. This theme is both timely and profound, especially in light of current geopolitical tensions, protracted conflicts, and insecurity that is globally. The mismanagement of ethno-religious diversity and interfaith intolerance remain at the core of these challenges. Nigeria, for instance, with its rich tapestry of ethnic and religious diversity, has frequently experienced violent conflict confrontations rooted in deep-seated mistrust, historical complexities, and political manipulation. The rhetoric of what is now popular in the domain, Christian genocide, in parts of North Central region is particularly disheartening, as such narratives continue to deepen enmity between faith communities, even though terrorists and criminal groups target victims indiscriminately without preference for religion. The situation has indeed the recent designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, which of course undermines the foundational dreams of our forebears. However, in the midst of these challenges, the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution and the Interfaith Mediation Center have consistently, and not only with the Interfaith Mediation Center, the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution has worked with several other interfaith bodies including Ufuk Dialogue, the Christian Association of Nigeria, Jamaatul Nasrul Islam, the Federation of Women Muslim, and different other faith groups, in the country. We worked with them consistently, demonstrating resilience and played a key role in breaking cycles of protracted violent conflicts across the states in our nation. Such roles have been in terms of direct mediation in interfaith and ethnic crisis, training of peace practitioners and religious leaders, empowering youth and women, and creating dialogue platforms across the nation. As I speak, on Friday, in this same place, we'll be having an interfaith peace building activity for policymakers. We are working along with KAICID to deliver on that particular level of project. We especially recognize and celebrate the impactful roles of IMC in scaling interfaith peace building in Kaduna, in Plateau, Kano, Taraba State, and in outside of Africa, places like Somalia, Kenya, and several other parts where they have done their work, reaching hard-to-reach communities through the height of violence and bringing succor to the victims across the board. Beyond Nigeria, IMC has shared knowledge and best practices in Ghana, in Kenya, in Sudan, and in Sierra Leone, building a reputation as an African hub for interfaith dialogue. Truly, this 30th anniversary is extraordinary and significant. Your Eminences, Excellencies, distinguished guests, we at the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution are proud to be identified with you, IMC, this occasion. Our partnership reflects our shared commitment to entrenching the culture of peace, promoting interfaith code of conduct, particularly in the collaboration with the Christian Association of Nigeria, the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Interfaith Dialogue for Peace, and International Dialogue, KAICID, remain a cornerstone of our collective efforts in this journey for interfaith peace building. Furthermore, the Institute has worked with CAN, Cardinal Onayekon Peace Foundation, the Women Wing of the Christian Association of Nigeria, the Federation of Muslim Women's Association, former one, CAN, the Supreme Council, and several other interfaith peace building. We also work, there's no function we do here, we don't send invitation to the national mosques, as well as to other of our partners in trying to navigate peace, as well as Ufuk Dialogue, to create veritable platform for interreligious dialogue and interfaith peace building in the multi-ethnic and multi-religious nation. These initiatives continue to build bridges among people of different faiths and strengthen dialogue across board, rendering divisive narratives meaningless. Consequently, the Institute remains committed to deepening collaboration with IMC to advance its goals across communities in Nigeria and Africa and the Commonwealth. We pledge to amplify the tenets of IMC's Vision 2035, due for launching today, most especially in view of achieving President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda and sustainable development goals for improved security, infrastructure, regional cooperation, trade, and global peace. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's gathering will undoubtedly provide another platform for us to brainstorm and share experiences towards strengthening our commitment to interfaith dialogue. Particularly through the panel discussion scheduled during this event, I am delighted that renowned scholars, academics, policymakers, and faith leaders of different faiths have been enlisted for this purpose. Indeed, Nigeria will be better for this noble gesture. It doesn't matter the designation, it doesn't matter what it is our collective effort, our individual and collective effort that is going to make the difference. We need to support government, we need to support our military institutions, we need to support those who are peace workers for us to end the kind of carnage that we experience in different parts of this country today. It is on this note, I once again welcome you all to the occasion of IMC's 30th anniversary and wish everyone
Thank you very much. I think the DG deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, As the DG was speaking, we had more guests come in. And even before he started speaking, there were other guests that I did not recognize. I will kindly ask Dr. Atang, Reverend Atang, to please move forward to the high table. Please do that, sir. He's a panelist. Please put your hands together for him. He will be speaking to us much later in the day today. And again, we have a gentleman walk in while the DG was speaking. He symbolizes interfaith dialogue. In fact, he personifies, not symbolizes, personifies interfaith dialogue. And he's been carrying on the work every Sunday on national television, NTA. When I introduce him, you will all understand what I'm grappling with to say. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Imam Faoud Adeyemi of Al-Habibiyya Islamic Center. So when you see him, you know that you see him every night with reverends, with imams, talking about peace in Nigeria. And my younger brother, I didn't mention him earlier, Honorable Atiku Sanke, Special Advisor on Peace and Conflict Resolution to the Kaduna State Governor. Atiku Sanke, you are welcome. Thank you very much. And in front of him is another younger brother of mine, Professor Saleh Mumale, former Chief Executive Officer of Kaduna State Peacebuilding Commission. Yes, he's currently the Special Advisor to the Minister of Livestock Development in Nigeria. We also have somewhere in this gathering a representative from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Felix Haller, Head of Press and Political Counselor. Thank you very much, sir, and you're welcome. We also have the representative of the Inspector General of Police. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome ACP Yakubu Alassan, PhD. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. And then when I introduced Alhaji Mukhtari, remember I told you that in USAID he helped to build the capacity of these two gentlemen. While in the same USAID at that time, anytime they write proposal, somebody was responsible for screening that proposal and ensuring that they get funding to do their activities. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Alhaji Farouk Suleiman, former Senior Grants Manager for USAID Nigeria. Thank you very much. And then the Director General of the National Emergency Management Agency. Her name is Mrs. Zubaida Umar, but she's not here today, and she has a presentation by one of her brothers, Mr. Aliyu Waziri, and he's the Director of Internal Audit. Man Aliyu, you are welcome. Thank you. Okay, so let's go on a little with the program. This time around, we are moving on to the chairman of the occasion. You know, when the chairman is going to speak, it's going to be a welcome address. When the chairman is going to speak, it's going to be the cradle of the matter. When the chairman speaks, it's going to be words of wisdom. And like I told the chairman earlier when he came in, the last time I left off with him was about 3 years ago. His group invited us because we were having problem in our local government. I'm from Zangon Kataf local government. And the whole of Southern Kaduna were having problem. They decided to intervene using their own resources at their own time with the late Alhaji Bashir Tufa, if you remember him, along with people like Professor Jibo, people like Air Vice Marshal retired Rabiu Dabo, and Dr. Sadiq of ABU, quite a number of them. And they brought us to a very serious dialogue that time. And General Martin Luther Agway was very instrumental to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, Let us listen to the words of wisdom from somebody who has laid down his life for the advancement of not only Nigeria and Africa and the world, and he's still kicking fine, living well, and doing the same work. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the occasion, retired General Martin Luther Agway. Can we welcome him very well? He's the chairman of this occasion. Thank you. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I will start with the Hausa proverbs. Those who are actually Hausa born, forgive me if I make any wrong presentation of what it is. Hausa sun ce wani shin sani ba ko ya sha ruwan wanka, that it is something meaning that out of ignorance and lack of knowledge, that a stranger go to the house and water came for bathing. He decided to start drinking it because he didn't know that it's not water for drinking but for bathing. I'm starting this because I wish that when I had the fortune of becoming a deputy force commander in UNAMSIL in Sierra Leone, I wish that in my home state and in my domouth, I had these two gentlemen that we are celebrating today, Dr. Ashafa and Dr. Weir. Because going into, and then now knowing that also another institution in Kaduna that was started by Professor Hijerika, if I knew this group of people, when I was going to Sierra Leone, I would have at least had a session with them. And most probably, life would have been much easier when I arrived in Sierra Leone in 2000. But coming after Sierra Leone, I stayed briefly at the UN headquarters in New York as a deputy military advisor in the Department of Peacekeeping. And it was from there I got back home to become Chief of Army Staff and Chief of Defense Staff. And I was preparing to go to my village in Kaduna when I was compelled to go to Darfur as the first hybrid force commander in Darfur. Again, I didn't utilize those institutions and things I had. It was after it's all over and I have retired that I come much closer to these two gentlemen. And I do not want to go into any formal presentation because after all we are going to have a presentation. We're also going to have some discussion here. And so that I will not take much of your time, I want to say that there's a general saying that when you want peace, there should be only one person. When you have two people, conflict will start coming in between. And then when you have three, alliances will start coming. People are forming alliances with one group or the other for one advantage or the other. So, since we cannot have one person living in any place, that means we must be prepared for conflict. And we must, if possible, encourage dialogue, encourage alignment, as long as they are for the betterment of the people. One thing about conflict, that it is always going to be there. But the thing we do wrong, I think, is that we don't address conflict at the right time. Sometimes conflicts are a wake-up call for an organization, even in our families, for the parents to know that there is something wrong among the children, for those in authority to know that within their organization or within the unit they are, there is a challenge. And then how to address them is the most important thing. In the opening remarks by a welcoming address by the DG, he actually said so many things, and what I took note of particularly is issue of dialogue. We should not be afraid to dialogue, and we should not dialogue because we are afraid. It should be an open thing that we as people should sit down and discuss, build bridges among ourselves. Remember one thing, that what is news? If we always believe on issue of news, what is news, then we should be prepared to start looking for how we interact among ourselves to have peace. Because bad news is news. When things are going well, it's no news. Like my friend says that when a dog bites somebody, it's no news. But the day that man will bite dog, that will be headline news. So it is always bad things that become news. So why don't we look at things that we can do so that we don't have news? And somebody has stated it here, that when you work tirelessly for peace, it's no news. You may not even be recognized. But when you become a leader of a violent group, then people start recognizing you, then your name start appearing on the pages of newspaper, and then you become even a household name in some places. So it's great that we are here. I will hope that what we are going to address and leave this place with is that 30 years in an organization is nothing. But 30 years in the life of human being is something. After all, our country have accepted that it's not too young to contest. You don't have to be 40 years before you can become somebody. Some of our founding fathers became who they are in their 30s. So it's a great thing to celebrate this day. I want to welcome all of you that are here. And please, the best way to kill a tree, the best way to resolve everything is to go to the root. So let's not deal with the symptom and continue to cut branches of the tree. Let's go to the root and address them. And if we honestly and sincerely within our heart decide to go to the root causes of all our challenges, we'll be able to find meaningful solutions that will move us as a community, as individuals, as a nation forward. So I am looking forward to an open dialogue, open discussion that will help bring peace among ourselves. And before I sit, I particularly want to once again thank the two gentlemen, the Reverend and the Imam, that have, because of them we are here, because of the work they have been doing, and thereafter I have actually faced and worked with them, and they have both helped me. If you remember that when the last governor of Kaduna State, I think 2015, His Excellency El-Rufai, by the time he became governor, he set up a committee which I headed, and he gave us 30 days to find solution or propose solution of how we can have peace, particularly in southern part of Kaduna State. These two gentlemen were quite helpful to my committee, and since then we have worked together because of peace, because if there is no peace, there won't be development. If there is no development, there won't be peace. So we have to find how we juggle this thing among ourselves, and that is why I'm looking forward to a morning, afternoon, that we will leave this place much richer and also taking messages across that will make this country a peaceful place for all of us to enjoy and do what we are going to do. Whatsoever religion we practice, if we believe that there is, whatever name you call him, supreme creator that makes all of us, I believe that if he wants all of us to be black, as dark as me, all of us would have been like that. If he wants all of us to practice one religion, I am confident that he would have. But even in his creation, he created the rainbow. And you see what makes the rainbow beautiful is that it has so many colors put together. So let's use the rainbow as a country of ours with diversity in religion, in ethnicity and everything. It's not a weakness. It's a strong point. Put together, we'll have a rainbow. I hope at the end of this discussion, we'll create a rainbow for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the chairman deserves another round of applause. Thank you. All right. Please, you pardon me. More recognitions so that we can welcome the people that have taken time to come to this occasion. While that speech was going on, the keynote address, the person who is going to be presenting the keynote address, walk in. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ambassador Segun Ogunyawo, President, Mediation Training Institute of Nigeria. Please put your hands together to him. Thank you, sir. He will be talking to us in a short while. May I also recognize, sorry I missed that earlier, Barrister Edward Oga, National President, National Association of Catholic Lawyers. He's seated somewhere here. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. Another barrister, Barrister Chioma Chude of Justice Development and Peace Commission, JDPC, Caritas. And then we also have the Executive Director of Fabulous Minds Women Initiative. She's seated somewhere. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. You are welcome. And we have Mrs. Jennifer Serrano, President, Unity Project of Nigeria. Okay. And then we also have the chairman of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, all the way from Kaduna, Alhaji Nuhu Awal. Aminu, Alhaji Nuhu Aminu. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, you know that the work that these two gentlemen have done is part of what we are going to be seeing. I don't know what I'm going to do with the members of the facilitating table, because when they flash the thing, you guys will turn small. Is that correct? I think that's why we put a swivel chair there, so that it can rotate. So we'll beg you to please rotate your chair a little, so that you can see the projection. So there's going to be a short video that describes the work that these two gentlemen have done. But before then, I can see Haruna. Who else did I see? Mala Haruna, Kaineko? Inasu Bodmans. Where are the team from Kaduna? Where are they? All IMC team, please stand up for recognition. All of you from Kaduna, exactly. Even my son is part of them. Kamazo Kagesheni, but what's your problem? Hayatu, yes. Thank you very much. Yes. You know this Hayatu, the day we went with Imam Ashafa to go and do the wedding fatia of his mother, I was the one that carried him on a motorcycle. He used to have one motorcycle that was yellow in color. So, thank you very much. So, you know, it's been a long history. Yes. Okay. Are you set, my brother? Good. Okay. Go ahead.
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Within 48 hours, over 2,000 people lost their lives.
We are first human before we became Christian or Muslim.
The diversity of our religion makes humanity sweet.
I must respect the other people's religion.
You don't have audio? Okay, the audio will come. When it starts, go back and do it again. I thought it was bright enough that...
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Within 48 hours, over 2,000 people lost their lives.
We are first human before...
This thing must work. There is no question of saying no work. It must work. There is no two way about it. No, it's not about the light.
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Just take it easy. Don't be confused. I'm not. Let me ease the pressure on you, so that you know, this is the kind of thing that happens. If we say anything and do something now, by the time we leave this hall, you press it, the thing will just be working very fine, and you'll be wondering what happened. Was there some hidden? Yes.
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Within 48 hours.
No. Go back and start afresh.
We are first.
Start afresh.
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Within 48 hours, over 2,000 people lost their lives.
We are first human before we became Christian or Muslim.
The diversity of our religion makes humanity sweet.
I must respect the other people's religion.
A history-making day at the White House with the signing of the Abraham Accords.
On the 15th of September 2020, history was made when the President of the United States and Arab leaders solidified a peace treaty after mediating a bilateral agreement on Arab-Israeli normalization, signed between Israel and the United Arab Emirates.
Out of the seat of this beautiful rustic town in the north of Nigeria emerges a story of reconciliation, hope, and transformation.
After working with both the Christian Association of Nigeria and Jamaatul Nasr Islam, which is the Muslim counterpart of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna, they were not seeing eye to eye. Never will any visit the other, but through our mediation work, we're able to go on courtesy visit, carrying officers of Khan to visit JNI, officers of JNI to visit Khan.
I was unfortunate to be mentored by the ugly and the bad religious leaders. Religious leaders who carry the pains of the past, who carry unhealed memory of history. They bring into and transfer those unhealed memory into us. They transfer the pains of the colonial mentality or what the colonial has done to the African nations.
I developed interest in getting involved in IMC activities after the Kaduna crisis. The God we are worshiping does not promote crisis. It rather makes provision for peace.
Until we take this unity of ourselves, looking at Pastor as my brother, looking at you as my brother, looking at Iman as one of my own brother, wallahi, the better it will be good for us.
Living together in peace is a word that you cannot overemphasize.
In our community these days, like way back then when we were growing up.
In this space, we engage in advocacy program, meeting with the government officials on issues that might trigger conflict.
So they are doing a great work, trying to show people that humanity first, humanity first, humanity first. Most of these people that are trying to come to create all this chaos is for their personal gain, and it's high time for everybody's eyes to open. And this is what the IMC, I believe, are doing.
What you will say is success for me in my career here is in Interfaith Mediation Center is the signing of peace affirmation in Shandam, in Yalwa Shandam, where it's something that somebody called almost a genocide, where Muslims kill Christians, Christians kill Muslims. We went there and brokered peace, and they did a peace affirmation.
We will not be programmed to hate. Hate is not part of religion. Interfaith cooperation, interfaith relation is a cardinal principle that all the prophets of God maintain.
It's important to replicate the Abraham Accords Declaration across nations.
Thank you very much. Now, hello boy, are you there? Yeah, there is another. Now, after this, we're now going to goodwill messages. But there's another recording that we'll take online from Commonwealth Secretary General from the Commonwealth of Nations. Is that ready? That is also ready? Okay, can you play it now? It don't happen again, huh? Do that same magic that you did earlier.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to join you on behalf of the Secretary General of the Commonwealth to celebrate a truly remarkable milestone, the 30th anniversary of the Interfaith Mediation Center. I am Louis Franceschi, Assistant Secretary General, and I am here to convey the warmest regards and Secretary General, her deepest admiration for this extraordinary journey of faith, friendship, and peace. For 3 decades, the Interfaith Mediation Center, under the visionary leadership of Imam Dr. Muhammad Norain Ashafa and Reverend Dr. James Movell Uye, has shown the world what is possible when courage meets compassion. From the heart of Kaduna, in a time of conflict, you chose the path of reconciliation. From that choice, you built a movement, one that continues to heal divides, nurture understanding, to look at our commonalities instead of what differentiates us, to look at our commonalities instead of what differentiates us, and to learn to think together but respect each other deeply and in truth. Friendship was one of the lessons I took from that meeting, the importance of friendship and communication in building a lasting peace. Their work, your work, Imam and Reverend, exemplifies the best of what the Commonwealth stands for: democratic resilience, mutual respect, and the conviction that peace is the foundation for sustainable development. It's something that cannot be achieved alone, and in that regard, I also congratulate all those who have been supporting and working with you for the last 30 years. The Secretariat worked in promoting democracy, democratic resilience, and this reflects the same belief that inclusive dialogue, justice, and respect for diversity are essential pillars of progress. The story of IMC is living proof that when communities choose to understand each other over division, they not only resolve conflict, they also build lasting peace. So as we mark the 30 years legacy, we also celebrate a future shaped by your example, a future where dialogue triumphs over discord and peace remains our common purpose. On behalf of the Secretary General and the entire Commonwealth family, I extend our heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to you and all at IMC. Imam Ashafa and Reverend Huye, our hearts are with you, and thank you for the good example and the good hand in Nigeria and from Nigeria to Africa and from Africa to the world. Your work reminds us that peace is not just an aspiration, but a daily act of courage, faith, and love. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again. We cannot guarantee success, but we guarantee failure by giving up. Therefore, giving up is not an option. All the very best, our hearts are there with you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. And in the spirit of not giving up, let me reiterate that the key, the theme for today's activity is Legacy of Dialogue and the Future of Peace. And in that context, let us welcome Mercy Akute. She's a blogger. Right now on her blog, if you go on the YouTube, you can see her screening this event. Mercy Akute of Peace Talk with Mercy. Thank you very much, and you're welcome. Let's put our hands together for her. Thank you. And we also welcome Sylvester Udo Eno, Executive Director of CRIP Africa. He's somewhere here. Yeah, thank you. All right, okay. And then the Director General of the NIA is represented here by Mr. Obina Okeke, Dr. Obina Okeke. Where is Dr. Obina? Okay, thank you very much, sir, and you're welcome. Now, you know, several years ago, when we go to do program in the South, when they ask me to do MC, they deliberately do that because they know I'll murder some of the names so that they can have some laugh. Let me try to do that now. Mr. Andy Nkemeng Neme, representing the Executive Director of Search for Common Ground. Is he here? Did I? Okay, thank you very much, yes. So, it's part of being Nigerian. The same thing we do to them when they come up here. We ask them to call the name. If you ask them to call Donkuluto, you will see how they struggle with it. Down Koko, and things like that. Okay, I learned that the group that you told me are here in their number. Is it okay, we'll get to that. All right. Now, before we ask other people to speak and make contribution to this, there is another angle that we need to listen to, and that is the keynote address. The keynote address will speak to the topic of today, and like I introduced to you earlier, it is time for us to bring on stage Ambassador Segun Ogunyawo, President Mediation Training Institute of Nigeria.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Sir. Sir. MC. You are a great man. And we appreciate you. Did you notice how, when the volume did not come on, there was a way he reduced the pressure on the people? And he has carried on in such a way that we know there's an embodiment of peace. Once again, sir, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate you. Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, my lords, spiritual and temporal, highly esteemed peace practitioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today to celebrate these two great men. You are great men, and we appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before I start, I have my signature gift. I've given out more than 19,000 copies. And I have 2 copies. You may have read it before, but add to your library. The title is How to Win Friends and Influence People. So please help me give to the people while we're here. It's for them we're here. Yes, yes. We have great people seated here. Please forgive me. Thank you, thank you. I have people you have not seen for years. My guys here, sir. You are a great man, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Other great people on the high table, the DJ, thank you, sir, for making this possible. Today, November 19, 2025, is special in so many ways. Specifically, history is being made today as we gather here to celebrate the 30 years anniversary of Interfaith Mediation Center and 25 years of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Double celebration indeed. These are 2 formidable organizations that have contributed greatly to the ministry of reconciliation in Nigeria. Thank you for providing the stay that has made Nigeria still stable till today. You are great organizations, and we appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we are meeting today at a moment when the world feels more interconnected than ever, and yet more divided than we often care to admit. Conflicts erupt more quickly than dialogue can catch up with. Voices get louder, but not necessarily wiser. In such a time, returning to the legacy of dialogue is not only relevant, it is essential. Yes, it is. Our collective future depends on a simple but powerful question. How can we transform the legacy of dialogue into a future of peace? All of us gathered here share a common responsibility. We shape the voices, the attitudes, and the relationships that define our communities. Today, I want us to reflect on how the legacy of dialogue, something as simple as and powerful as people talking and listening, can guide us toward a stronger, safer, and more peaceful future. I will be talking about the legacy of dialogue and the future of peace, with special focus on how communities can be impacted. 1, dialogue, our oldest community tool. Dialogue is not an academic concept. It is a community tradition. Before governments, before institutions, before digital communications, people solved problems by gathering together, listening to elders, and finding common ground. Across history and across cultures, communities survived because they talked and listened. When families disagreed, they met in the courtyard. When villagers had issues, what did they do? They gathered under a tree. When faiths met, leaders came together to promote peace and harmonious coexistence. This is the legacy we all inherited. 2, what dialogue means for communities today. In our neighborhoods today, dialogue is more important than ever. Dialogue means bringing people together before issues escalate, listening with respect, especially to those who feel ignored, creating safe spaces where everyone, women, youth, elders, minorities, can speak, understanding the real needs behind people's emotions, building trust, the foundation of community peace. Dialogue is not about winning an argument. It's about building relationships that are strong enough to solve problems peacefully. When people talk and they know that they'll be listened to, it is therapeutic. The readers they just said some time ago that a lot of people call a doctor when all they need is an audience. Again, a lot of people call a doctor when all they need is an audience. When you listen to people, it helps them to calm down. The challenges we face. Community leaders know the realities on the ground. Rising polarization, economic stress and competition, rumors spreading faster than facts, generational misunderstandings, tensions between groups or identities, conflicts escalated through social media. I just mentioned generational misunderstandings. I went to Canada. I was in the house to see my only brother. His son seemed to have grown taller than myself. And then the father, my brother, called him and said, "You come and stand by my side to see if he's taller." He said, "Daddy, sorry, I'm not a measuring instrument." Did you get that? He said, "Dad, I'm not a measuring instrument." My brother said, "You are fortunate you're in Canada. If you're in Nigeria, I know what I would have done." Very interesting. These challenges cannot be solved with force or quick decisions alone. They need patient listening, inclusive thinking, and trusted leadership, all rooted in dialogue. 4, how community leaders can use dialogue to build peace. Here are practical strategies you can use starting today. Host community circles. Host community circles. Small gatherings where people share concerns openly. This builds understanding and reduces fear. And when they come together, it's important for us to appreciate the principle of Shakespeare that nothing is good or bad, but thinking makes it so. So allow people to vent, to express themselves, and harvest all their opinions, and ensure that nobody is left behind. There's this saying that Ohana means family. Family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. Now, another aspect is engage the people who usually are on head. Engage the on head. Who are they? So let's take the voices that really come forward. Women, youths, migrants, minorities. Their participation strengthens unity. Use neutral facilitators. When tensions rise, bring in respected figures or train mediators and counselors to guide conversations calmly. Now, promote fact-based communication. Encourage people to verify information before spreading it. Rumors often create conflict faster than truth can fix it. Strengthen faith and cultural leaders' roles. People listen to leaders they trust. Your words can calm tensions or escalate them. Choose peace and do that always. Whether we like it or not, at our levels, our pronouncements can define the destinies of others. I'll take that again. Whether we like it or not, our pronouncements can define the destinies of others. There are people who look up to us. And that's why it's important for us as leaders. 3 things we must imbibe. The first is that anybody that meets us should remember us for good. I repeat that for emphasis. As we pray daily, let one of the prayer points be that anybody that meets us should remember us for good. 2, we must be predictably dependable. We must what? Predictably dependable. There are some people, if they tell you good morning, you need to go and look outside and be sure. Leaders, once they say their words can be taken to the bank, it's important for us to be predictably dependable. The third one is that we must have the stickability of the postage stamp. Stickability of the postage stamp. If you have a stamp on an envelope, that stamp will not depart the envelope until the envelope and the content are delivered. Again, you must have the stickability of the postage stamp. If you have a stamp on an envelope, that stamp will not depart the envelope until the envelope and the content are delivered. Let us not give up on people, on our communities, on those who are not like us. I teach that anybody you meet today as a complete stranger is actually your cousin you're yet to have met. Anybody you're meeting today as a complete stranger, that person is your cousin you're yet to have met. I was in Kano for a meeting with the judiciary. That same day I had another meeting with the FCC judiciary. He took me to the park in Kano. I took a drop. On our way from Kano, I was rushing to Abuja. Before I knew it, at a point, the driver just veered off, parked the car, and went to pray. Is the story clear? I was rushing for a meeting in Abuja. Now I found myself stationary in the vehicle. As the driver was going, I processed it. If I were in his shoes, with his background, knowledge, exposure, and experience, very likely I would have done the same. That I paid for a drop pales into lamentable insignificance when compared with his need to pray. To him, he went to do what I ought to have done. I teach that time is too precious to be spent. It must be invested. So I took a book, I started reading. When he returned, I looked straight into his eyes. I said, my brother, you went to pray. I said, you are a great man, and I appreciate you. Did you pray for me? He said, yes, sir. That was where it ended, though. Remember, it was to take me to Abuja. If I started a quarrel with him, I may not get. Knowledge empowers. Knowledge empowers. When you understand why people do what they do, it makes it easier for you to accommodate them. Again, if you understand why people do what they do, it makes it easier for you to accommodate. Not to tolerate them, but to accommodate them. Yes, let's move on. Promote fact-based communication. I said this before, I'll emphasize it again. Encourage people to verify information before spreading it. Rumors often create conflict faster than truth can fix it. Strengthen faith and cultural leaders' roles, yes. Then, model respect and patience. Model respect and patience. Your behavior sets the tone. When leaders listen, communities listen. Listening is therapeutic and has a calming effect. The future of peace starts locally. Global peace begins in local communities. When the neighborhood resolves disagreements peacefully, when groups treat each other with dignity, when leaders respond to conflict with dialogue instead of division, the world becomes a little safer. Yes, becomes a little safer. Peace does not start in parliaments. It starts in living rooms, marketplaces, schools, and community halls. Yes. Your role as peace builders. As community leaders, you are not just problem solvers. You are bridge builders, role models, and custodians of hope. Custodians of hope. There's this sense that hope springs eternal in the human breast. When people have hope, it is sustaining. Yes. Your leadership can prevent that violence, strengthen collaboration, protect vulnerable people, build trust across differences, inspire the next generation. Every conversation you initiate, every conflict you calm down, every family you bring together, every rumor you stop is a brick in the foundation of community peace. In closing, the legacy of dialogue belongs to us, and the future of peace depends on how we use it. Let us lead with compassion. Let us listen with humility. Let us act with courage. And together, let us build communities where everyone feels heard, valued, and safe. The legacy of dialogue, future of peace, focuses and remain on the cultivation of an attitude of patient negotiation, seeking mutual understanding, tolerance, and accommodation. It is the consensus dictate found in most ancient communities before the advent of modern civilization that has taken us backwards. May we all continue to promote a legacy of dialogue to secure a future of peace. Yes, for our communities, our states, and indeed for our country, Nigeria. This is wishing the Interfaith Mediation Center and the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution happy anniversary. May you continue the legacy that you have instilled in this country. Legacy of dialogue, ensuring that there will be a future of peace. Congratulations. The great Emerson said we shall meet if we are related. We have all met here. It shows we are related. And again, you are great people. Now I appreciate you. Thank you for this privilege. Thank you. Are we taking questions? Okay. MC. Thank you once again. You are a great man.
Thank you, sir.
And we appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please, another round of applause for the keynote speaker. You know, when you are an MC in an occasion, you are in trouble. Because once you hear the person getting to the end, you'll be preparing for the next session. And he was talking to me and I didn't get that. But it's part of the show. That is how it goes. Now, while he was speaking, a delegation came into this hall. Interestingly, for this occasion, that delegation is a delegation of my brothers. Please permit me to be selfish in this case. They are from Zangon Kataf, which is where I am from as well. Both Muslims and Christians. They are the peace committee in Zangon Kataf local government. You find among them people like S.A. Abut, also belonging to the Building Block for Peace Foundation. I see the Alhaji Sarajo Yakubu, the community leader representing the Hausa community in the palace of His Royal Highness the Agwan Atiap. Alhaji Sarajo, can you stand up to be recognized? I saw the Imam also with him. Where are the delegation? All of you, including my Christian brothers that all came from Zangon Kataf. All of you in Akuke. Yawa. Please raise your hand. You are welcome to this occasion. Thank you. You know we are the poster boys of violence in Kaduna State. Anytime they mention Zangon Kataf local government, what we hear about us is just the negative thing. But in the last 2 years, thankfully, we are not in the news anymore. And we want to hope that we'll continue to be not to be in the news. And I think we will hear from the Commissioner of Internal Security as we go along. Now, Mr. Chairman, sir, at this stage we are going to take goodwill messages. But I look at my time; it's like 20 minutes after 12 o'clock. Is that correct? Yes. So if we can use the next 1 hour for those goodwill messages so that it can take us to the time we'll break, Yes, and then okay. Okay, yeah. Mr. Chairman, I just want us to look at the program and see. We need to do the book launch before we break. Is that correct? Before the panel. Okay, before the panel. Okay, let us see what we can do, because I think it is critical for the people that have taken time to come here to say one or two words, maybe in short 2 minutes remarks. Then let us see how we can juggle with this time, and then see what we can do with the break and the panel discussion. Now, the organization I was struggling with earlier on to mention is Rotary. Go? You know why I forgot that? Because in school I was not a member of the Rotary Club. But what we have in the university then was the Rotaract Club. I was not a member. But the president of our own Rotaract Club was in my room because I was the president of the Students' Union. So I have 2-room apartment, so he was staying with me. His name is Haruna Adamu Ogbole. He was the former Commissioner of Finance in Nasarawa State. But I learned 2 things critically from Rotary. They used to have what they call the 4-way test. I don't know if it has changed. Yeah, they say, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it breed goodwill and better friendship? And is it beneficial to all concerned? Is that correct? Am I right? Yes, exactly. So those 4-way tests makes a lot of sense for me much later in life when we are doing conflict management and peace building. So in this gathering, there is a group from Rotary Club. If you are here, please raise up your hand so that we can welcome you. You are all welcome to this occasion. Thank you. Where is... yes. And then again, the Executive Director, Lux Terra Leadership Foundation, Abuja, Reverend Father George Ehusani, ably represented by Mr. Solomon Agbonhulu. Dr. Solomon Agbonhulu is here. Is that correct? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then, okay, we have also Mohammed Yerima Al-Bashir, the Senior Technical Advisor to the Honorable Federal Commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons. Where is he, sir? Thank you very much, and you are welcome. All right. So, Mr. Chairman, it would be fair if we start from the facilitating table, to hear from those that have not spoken, then we go down. Will it be okay, sir? Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, sir. All right. So, okay, let me start from my right. And I'm going to start from my right because this man that is going to talk to us is very critical in my life accomplishments. He trained us, he pushed us. In fact, the very first day he asked me to demonstrate mediation in a training session in Jos. My legs were shaking like leaves. And it's just for 3 minutes. That was when I knew that 3 minutes was a very, very long time. But, but gradually, with all my noise that I can make, holding the microphone, facilitate mediation, go through the steps one by one, how to arrange. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sami Ihejirika.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name again is Sami Ihejirika. I started my odyssey, my journey in peace building in 1973. Can you believe that? Yeah. As an undergraduate of University of Nigeria. And I've been in the space all the while. And I have not given up yet. Well, let's go to the story. We are here because guys, we call them the 2 Musketeers. I met James right at the peak of the Zango-Qatar crisis in 1993. Is that right? Yeah. The then governor invited me to intervene in the crisis. And one of the programs we had was to build capacity and set the stage for healing and reconciliation. And the two main groups that were involved in this were the Jamaatul Islam and Khan. Well, we invited the two groups, to this program. Apparently, the secretary of Khan, what's his name again? Mr. Dogo, yes, Dogo. He was the state secretary of Khan, and he was supposed to be in the meeting. Unfortunately, he couldn't come, so he delegated James to come. So I would say that IMC had a divine coincidence. It's a divine coincidence. So when James came in to sign the document, sign the register, attendance register, I saw him in suit with his right hand tucked into the suit, and there was still blood, coming out of the hand. I was shocked and moved. And I said, hey, who did this to you? He said, it's one guy called Ashafa. I said, correct. Is he around? Where is he? He said, he's somewhere in Tudowada and so on and so forth. Luckily, we had a program coming. That program was for stakeholders from all over the country. It's traditional rulers, media experts, religious groups, and so on. So I asked James, can you bring this guy, both of you, to this meeting? Well, he said he could find him and bring him. So on the day of the meeting, James was here early, and Ashafa came a little bit late, looking like a warlord. The lady who was my partner then said, no, this guy can't come in here. He's coming to really make trouble. I said, no, we want both of them together to begin to think of how they can work together. Because for these two guys who were leading different talks to fight and kill each other, to begin to talk about helping other people to reconcile themselves, I think it was a very remarkable idea. So they were in that workshop, and I remember people like Sheikh Gonwalk, who came from Plateau State. He was a real troublemaker. The man says, hey, listen, no outsider can come to Plateau State and be the imam of Islam in Plateau State. As far as he's concerned, he is the authentic imam. And he was ready to fight and die for it. Anyway, so after this workshop, the next move was to bring the two groups, the two youth groups who were fighting together. And the problem was, where shall we hold this program? We couldn't go to the other side, we couldn't go to that side. So I had to ask the British Council to provide their hall for this purpose. And the British Council said, no, these guys are fighters. They are going to come burn down this place. So after some more persuasion, they allowed us to hold the meeting there. And it was a very, very interesting meeting. Because most of the guys came with guns, shotguns. They came with cutlasses, they came with daggers. Some came with gallons of petrol. And they were ready to fight. But we managed the situation and the meeting went very well. And that was where this whole interaction gained some traction. Then after that, we took them to Lagos. I insisted that both of them must come because it was good optics. Seeing imam and a pastor working together for peace. It was good optics. So we had this 2-week-long program in Lagos where we brought together people working for peace in all the English-speaking West African countries. We spent about 2 weeks in Unilag. There was a guy called Adam Call, who was a professor of peace at Bradford University. So I invited him to this program. He said he was too old to travel. So he sent Steve Williams, who came from Birmingham, responding to conflict. So at the end of the program, we worked it out that both of them had to attend the program together in Birmingham for, I think, 3 months. or thereabout. And that's where the journey started. So I'm glad to see them today and be here to share in their success. And I can tell you that they are not the only guys we got involved with. We got involved with all kinds of people, both in the north, Niger Delta, and everywhere else. We've been there. Niger Delta, yes, we've seen it all. I was almost kidnapped, but the guy had to pay 100,000 naira to get me out of the hook. So we've seen a whole lot of trouble, and there's still trouble in the country. Like the general was saying, we need to move beyond dealing with symptoms. We have spent so much money. You can't believe it, the amount of money that has been spent on peace building since the 80s. And the donors are getting tired. They're not seeing any results. And I can tell you that within 3 months in Nigeria, about 4,000 NGOs were registered. NGOs. Within 3 months. So you can imagine the number of people now working in the space of the civil society. It's huge. So the donors are getting tired. They are leaving. The USAID has thrown all of us under the bus. So what do we do? So one of my missions in leaving Kaduna and coming here is to engage with policymakers, see how we can influence policy. We must find our own donors, local donors, who can fund our programs. So it's something we're working very hard on, and I think before too long we'll be successful. And then secondly, 80% or over 80% of all the violence in the world has been attributed to bad parenting. So parents are not doing the job. Most of them are not taking responsibility. So if 80 or 90% of all the violence in the world is as a result of bad parenting, then we must have to do something about parenting. Every leader is a parent in the first place. Every teacher is a parent. Every professor is a parent. Every vice chancellor is a parent. Every army officer is a parent. So we cannot transform anything at all in the world unless we transform ourselves. James and Ashafa are transformed. They are moving on. After 30 years of intensive interaction, I hope they don't stop there like me, that they'll find some other areas of engagement and go on ahead to contribute more to solve the current problems we have in the country right now, issues of genocide and things like that. But I think there's hope that a lot more can happen. So we think about the future and begin to work about the future from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And while he was talking, you saw that I went to confer with the chairman of the occasion. You know, military men will always be military men. So at a stage, I'll pass the microphone to him to give some, but what he has said is, we need to work towards finishing this program by 1:30. So, and I think, so there are critical things we hear from some of the people that are here because they are very critical. Then we do the panel discussion, and then we launch the book, and then we are done. So let's, okay. Chairman, do you want me to? Yeah, let's hear from the Vice Chancellor of Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Sunana Professor Muhammad Israr, Shugaban Jamiar, Mariam Abacha American University, Ta Nigeria, Kano. I am the Vice Chancellor of Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria, Kano. First of all, I would like to request the DG of IPCR, your 31st anniversary should be celebrating in Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria, Kano. Please, 31st, 32nd, 33, 34, and so on. Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria will offer all your work anniversary in the Mariam Abacha, American University of Nigeria. This is my special request to the DG of IPCR and the team of the IMC. It is with immense pleasure and grateful that I express my sincere appreciation to the IMC and the IPCR for inviting to me as a special guest of honor to commemorate 30 years of remarkable contribution to interfaith dialogue and peace building. Please accept my warmest congratulations on this remarkable achievement, and I look forward to continue collaboration and partnership in promoting peace and understanding in our community. As you know, Mariam Abacha, American University of Nigeria, offer peace and conflict resolution as a course, and we are always available, and our doors are open for any program from IPCR and IMC. Lastly, long live Nigeria, long live India. Muna Godia, the Vannan Ziyara. Thank you.
Thank you very Thank you very much. This one works better. Thank you very much, Prof. Let's put our hands together for him again. Okay. Where is Imam Faoud? Oh, he's coming, oh? Okay, he's coming. All right. Okay, let me take the microphone to, okay. Oh, we invite the, oh, he can sit there. Okay, let's listen to the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, the Honorable Commissioner for Internal Security. No, stay there, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. The chairman of this occasion, General Martin Luther Agway, I want to specifically say it is an honor for me to meet him today in person. He is an individual that I have watched from afar and most often in television. But today I am honored to meet him and in fact to have a handshake with him. I'm sure those that took those pictures will have me a copy so that I can put it somewhere for people to see too. The Imam and the Reverend Father, I wouldn't want to say so much about him. Very amiable individual, fantastic. Our Imam, the same thing. We honor you. The DG, IPCR, other members of the facilitation table, please permit me to abide by the protocol for want of time. But let me especially thank my brothers and sisters from Kaduna State. I can see that you have come in your numbers. We are glad that you are here. There's somebody I had wanted to, the keynote speaker, he has stepped out. Let me skip him. I have a very short prepared message or remarks here. It is my honor to speak on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Dr. Ubasani, Commander of the Order of the Niger, and to congratulate the IMC on reaching 30 years of dedicated work in mediation, dialogue, and interreligious cooperation. Over the last 3 decades, the IMC has built a credible record of practical, community-based interventions, resolving disputes, supporting early systems, empowering youths and women, and creating reforms, platforms where differences can be addressed constructively. Your consistency and professionalism have made the IMC a vital partner in promoting peace and stability, not only in Kaduna State but across Nigeria. The institutional support you have received and the space you have found to expand your work also reflect the deliberate efforts of His Excellency Senator Obasanjo, whose administration prioritizes social cohesion, community security, and inclusive governance. The progress of organizations like yours is evidence that these policies are taking root and enabling meaningful long-term impacts. As you commemorate this milestone with planned panel discussions, recognition awards, and the unveiling of the Vision 2035 framework, we acknowledge the value these activities bring to the broader peace architecture. Your decision to document your experiences through the IMC at 30 documentary commemorative book will serve as a valuable source for practitioners and policy makers seeking to enhance conflict management systems nationwide. On behalf of His Excellency, I affirm Kaduna State's willingness to continue to engage with partners whose work strengthens unity, supports justice, and contributes to safer and more stable society. We congratulate you once again on your journey and wish you continued success in the years ahead. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Okay. No, I don't know. Imam Faoud, I was looking for you, and you had stepped out to, maybe on an occasion like this, you have one or two things to say. So I'll bring the microphone to where you are, sir, if you don't mind. Yes, sir. No, don't worry, sir. It's okay, sir.
Thank you so much. I will first and foremost respond to the thinking of our father, Ihejerika, that was talking about local sourcing for funding for the programs. Currently, my organization, Al-Habibiyah, we are working with MacArthur Foundation on how do we localize source for funding. We call it Faith and Philanthropy. It's a new project that we just started, and it's going to last for 3 years. So probably we'll have opportunity to talk on that. And today, it's not just IMC we are celebrating. Today, 19th of November, in 2018, was the day I met the then Executive Director of Programs on NTA, Mr. Wale Koka. And I said, Director, I'm thinking of a program where Muslim and Christian can sit together and we seek for a common ground. Today, precisely 19th of November, 2018. And he said, Fuad, I know you. When do you want to start? He said, no, I won't even ask you. Please let us start this program today. I said, I need to see my dad. Dad was on my way to Odeogun. He said, no, I can't start. I told him I can't start today. I said, okay, I will start the following Friday, which was 23rd. He said, but be it in your mind that you have started Abrahamic Mission today, 19th of November. So thank God that it is equally marking the same thing. And one of the things that I've learned that has helped me from that program was I always have negative thinking to Pastor Uye. And I'm going to tell you stories that people don't know today. I say each time I want to greet him, he's always giving me left hand when I want to shake hand with him. And they are one of the first people that came on my program, Abrahamic Mission. And he explained how he became what he is. When they left, I was crying. I said, oh, Allah, forgive me. This is what used to cause. I'm one of the beneficiary. In fact, I used to say myself as the #1 beneficiary of Abrahamic Mission. And that was the day I took him as my best friend. And that was the day we became close and we packed away that man that has plenty beard. And when they came on my program, the Abrahamic Mission, even this morning, somebody said, why do you want to be following that man? I said, which one? He said, Wuye Ashafa in Kaduna. I said, the man is too far from Islam. That is working with a Christian. Why should you be close to him? And I said, okay, they have given me a guide. So I think I need him the more so that I'll be able to know what I'm doing. Thank you for what you are doing and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imam Faoud. The representative of the Inspector General of Police, I'm sure you have something to say, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, MC, the chairman of the occasion, Sir General Martin Luther Agoy, CFR, the DG, IPCR, Dr. Joseph Ochugon, my mentor. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The Inspector General of Police wish to be here with us, but for a national occasion that took him even out of the country, he's not able to be here. But he asked me at least to let me just go directly to his short message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he said it is an honor to extend my warmest congratulations to the INTERFAITH Mediation Center, IMC, and the Institute for Peace and Complete Resolution, IPCR. On this occasion of the 30th anniversary celebration for your collaborative peace-building efforts towards peaceful coexistence of our great country, Nigeria, and to the world in a wider perspective. The theme, Legacy of Dialogue, Future of Peace, is apt and appropriate. I commend the IMC's tireless efforts in strategic intervention of conflict, ethno-religious mediation, peacekeeping, and interfaith initiatives. Your organization's dedication to promoting national security through dialogue and cooperation has significantly contributed to the Nigerian police force efforts in maintaining peace and stability across the country. The IMC's activities are crucial for national security as they address the root causes of conflicts and promote sustainable peace. Some areas where your peace-building initiatives complement the Nigerian police duties include conflict prevention and resolution, the community policing, promoting social cohesion, and the capacity building, the training programs that enhance the capacity of security personnel and security leaders to manage conflicts and promote peace. Therefore, the Nigerian police force reaffirms its commitment to partnering with IMF and other organizations to build a more peaceful and secure society. Our collaboration with IMC and the IPCR will continue to strengthen dialogue between policy makers and religious leaders on inclusive public policies that promote peaceful coexistence. Once again, I congratulate the celebrant Imam Dr. Muhammad Nuren Ashafa and Reverend Dr. James Movell Huye, and the co-founders of the Interfaith Mediation Center. Happy anniversary. Congratulations to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CP. I will get over to the representative of the Chief of Air Staff, but since I'm closer to the representative of the DGNIA, let me
read. It is an honor to join you today in celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Interfaith Mediation Center. The IMC has, over the past, healing divides, strengthening social cohesion, healing divides, strengthening social cohesion.
Director General, His Excellency, DGNIA, Ambassador Mohammed, who is unavoidably absent based on the external assignment that was handed over to him by His Excellency the President. He sends his greetings, and he said that I should pledge our agency's unalloyed support and commitment to the cause of peace and conflict resolution across the country, in line with the agency's external mandate of external intelligence collection for the country. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please accept the highest assurances and the compliments of my boss, His Excellency, DGNIA. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. We also listen to the representative of the Chief of Air Staff. There are two of them. I don't know who speaks first among you, sir. Okay, he will speak first, then you. Okay, that's all right.
Good morning, sir. The chairman of the occasion, sir, General Martin Luther Agwai, the DG Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, one of the duo that represent the Chief of the Air Staff. I am Group Captain H. Idris, the Director of Islamic Affairs. So the Nigerian Armed Forces commemorate and felicitate with the IMC on their 30th anniversary. And we are to affirm to you that we are not only in support, but we are partners in this very noble mission. Nigerian Armed Forces has been the forefront organization that has established interfaith in principle right from inception, creating squadrons in the Air Force that involve the Catholic, the Protestant, and the Imams. And equally, the ordinances of our services have provided for us as part of our mandate, to practice interfaith. One way is that all of us have a duty to visit the sick, irrespective of their religion, in the hospital, and to go to the guard room to equally interact with those in detention, irrespective of their religion. And our doors are open, soldiers and their families, equally irrespective of their religion, to come for welfares and indeed to come for resolution of disputes and advices. Recently, sir, the service had sponsored the 3 directors to attend a course on interface in the US, and it was that fruitful, and it only emphasized to us the importance which the armed forces has attached to the interface activity. Sir, the interface activity, we know, experiences a lot of challenges, especially in the Muslim North, due to maybe cultural kind of a background. But I appeal to this noble organization, as they have been resilient over time, to continue to sustain the tempo, that what we see is progress, and no matter how slow it is, it's very steady. And involvement of scholars like Sheikh Wad bring about broader understanding through the Sheikh and their kind, to involve many others who will share in understanding of this noble mission, and indeed to unravel some of maybe misunderstandings that our people have to bring it to light. It's not something that does not have a reason. The Muslim community has experienced some organizations that had strong suspicion of being sponsored, maybe by kind of external organizations, probably in order to corrupt the mainstream community, like Ahmadiyya. We have Baha'ism or Ba'as in the Middle East, and they equally seem to have maybe close, maybe meanings, but not the same with interfaith. But if somebody does not actually attach importance to it, he might not understand. Somebody has to be attentive in order to have to see the divided lines in between them. So these confusions over years has created a lot of misgivings among the many members of the communities who do not have knowledge, especially of Western education. So this is my take on the need to create more awareness in the kind of mainstream communities of the Muslim North. Thank you so much, sir.
The chairman of this auspicious occasion, a very esteemed senior officer, even though retired, he's not tired, he's still very agile. The former Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, General Martin Luther Agwai, the visionaries and indeed vessels that the Almighty has raised to bet the Interfaith Mediation Center, the Director General of Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution, the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, and all the stakeholders here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am Group Captain David Paul Otowo, the Director, Chaplaincy Protestant Headquarters, Nigerian Air Force. I am indeed excited to be here. My first encounter with Imam Ashafa and Reverend Dr. Uye was many years as a student at the Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Nigeria. That encounter left a profound memory in my heart. I'd like to felicitate with you for 30 years of impact, 30 years of interfaith dialogue, and 30 years of peace building. And I would like to submit respectfully that as you go forward and as you go further, the Almighty will avail you the necessary grace to do more to His glory. Just a few things I would like to say. While the chairman was making his remarks, he made a comment that struck a chord in me. And I would like to reference the comment. He said, create a rainbow for Nigeria with the diverse colors of the rainbow. It makes it beautiful the more. As humans, we have our diverse giftings. For others, it may not resonate with them. But we must imbibe the virtue of looking at the other person as a gift to us. No human being is wired to walk in isolation. We need ourselves to be better and to be stronger. And so I'd like to respectfully submit to this audience that as we walk out of this occasion, know that the various aspects that you have is to also impart the order. Similarly, while the keynote address was on, I picked a word that struck a chord in my heart. He talked about life. He talked about the diversity that we see. If God had created life to just be a one-way thing, I'm sure it would be boring. The beauty of life is the divergent giftings that we all carry. And it is my desire that regardless of the differences, let's embrace one another and forge ahead. On this note, on behalf of the Chief of the Air Staff and the entire Nigerian Air Force family, I would like to once again felicitate with the visionaries and wish you better days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. At this stage, we say that again. She's a panelist. Okay. Okay, so let's take two more, then we'll come back to the chairman so that he can talk to us about the arrangement for the remaining two critical activities. So very briefly, I start with my brother here, Professor Salim Umali.
Yeah. The chairman, the director general, I think this is an ambush because I think this is our own event. This is our program. The Interfaith Mediation Center have done so much in Kaduna State, in the country, and across many other African countries. And we congratulate you. We identify with the good work you do. It's a testament here from all the remarks that have been made so far. We count on your continuous guidance. We understand that you are gradually relinquishing your roles as co-executive directors. But we try to encourage you to continue to midwife and nurture this organization to fruition. You must be able to hold the hands of those that are taking over the affairs of this organization to continue. And we urge other institutions, the IPCR, and the other stakeholders, let's form this broad national partnership to address our collective progress and make our nation the best for our upcoming generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Very crisp and direct to the point. Let us also hear from the president of the Catholic Lawyers Association of Nigeria. Is that correct, sir? Please.
Well, distinguished chair, members of the high table, our brothers and sisters, it's also an opportunity and a very big privilege for us to be here to witness this occasion. First, I want to congratulate both the IMC and the so well, and we pray that God will sustain this noble seed that you have planted. I encourage each and every one of us to key into it, to water it, and to nurture it so that it will grow to have enviable fruits for our country, Nigeria. As a person, I don't know how God works. very in mysterious ways. I recall my experience as a lecturer and a dean in faraway East Africa, in the university, popularly IUIU, the Islamic University in Uganda, which is owned by OIC, universities in Africa. One in Uganda for English-speaking Africa, another one in Niger for French-speaking Africa. And we're students from 17 different countries in that university. One of the challenges I had, which was a positive one for me, was managing people from different countries, different cultures, different traditions, different religions. And as God will have it, I was appointed a dean, and the only Christian dean. Out of about six faculties, the only Christian dean. I must thank those whose vision in the same line as the one we share today. We worked together. We advocated for the rights of all students, irrespective of religion. And back here in Nigeria, God continues to work in mysterious ways, forging us as a country with different religion, different people from different backgrounds. And we have been working together. Those who are elements of division, they are very few. And in fact, they don't even fit. Those who know their faith work for the unity of the country, they work for dialogue, they work for integration. And I would like to applaud the good legacy of founders of IMC and the IPCR. I wish that you continue in that light. And indeed, like my brother said earlier on, let us create more awareness. Go down to the grassroots. Those who foment trouble, they don't know what, and it's because of ignorance. As the national president of Catholic lawyers in Nigeria, we have programs. And in almost all our programs, we invite our Muslim brothers and people from other faiths. We share together. That is what life should look like in Nigeria and everywhere else in the world. Because at the end of time, when we all gather back to our Father, under the Abrahamic Father, all our faiths are from Abraham. We'll gather at the feet of Abraham in heaven. He will not ask you whether you're a Muslim or a Christian. You're all his children. We should work for dialogue, work for peace, and work for the unity of our dear country, Nigeria. And in doing this, all our actions must be for the common good. All our actions. Your thinking must be for the common good. Your actions must be for the common good. Your reflections everything you do must be for the common good. Not just yourself, not just your immediate community, not just the faith you belong to, but every human being. But once again, I want to thank the organizers of this forum, and I want to congratulate our elder brothers who have put this together for us. May God continue to bless our country, Nigeria, with peace. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I think we'll now get back to the chairman to now take us through how the arrangement will be for the two things that are coming up now.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I still want us as much as possible to leave this place by 1:30. How we are going to do it, it depends on all of us. We have these books that we are going to launch. I will want every one of us that is here should be able to have one copy for himself and one once, plus so many copies for others. So there is no book reviewer, there's nothing that we have. All we need to do is, please, to save time, I am made to understand that you cannot pledge anything less than 2,000 naira. For a wonderful book for 2,000 naira, that is really a good thing. But the main aim is to keep IMC moving and to encourage them in what they have done. And we have people who are representing institutions here. Please, can you get others in your institution to know about the book? So we won't have time to everybody to come and say a word. We have already had testimonies and everything. Please, if you don't have a notebook, all of us have a program. Can you tear part of your the empty space in your program, write your name, organization that you have, and your phone number, and if you are buying 5 copies, 10 copies, 20 copies, minimum 1 copy is 2,000. So if you are buying 5, you want to make it 10,000, wonderful. If you want to buy 1 copy at 5,000 or 50,000 or 100,000, wonderful. But please put your name and your phone number so that we can follow up and collect the money if you are not have it here now. Or we will then at the end, the 2 gentlemen will give us an account number that we can encourage you to then pay into that account so that we don't have to wait to take more time. So please, I'm pleading, make up your mind, buy one, and if you are pledging for your organization, or if you want to go and talk to the Oga at the top or Madam at the top before you come back, give us your name and your address and your phone number. When you finalize with your organization, you will get back to us on this issue, so that by that way we will save time as we are going to do. Our major challenge is by 1:30, some of us will have to go to pray, and I don't want to stop people. After all, we're talking about dialogue, how we should respect each other. I don't want to keep anybody longer. But I think with the time now, we still have 15 minutes. I will think what I wanted before was for the panelists, but I don't think we'll give them any meaningful time to talk for 5 minutes, and then we launch the book for 5 minutes and we break. If you wouldn't mind, what we will do is let's launch the books now. Go to pray, come back for the panel, and each of the panelists, I will give him or her 5 minutes. Then after that, we'll take another 15 minutes to wrap it up. And instead of leaving by 1:30, I think by 2, I don't know, please pardon me. I don't know how long it's going to take the prayer from 1:30. 10 minutes. So if we can have, we'll break at 1:30, go for the prayer, come back after 10 minutes, have 15 minutes for the panelists, and we have 15 minutes of interaction, so that by 2:30 of the latest, all of us have left this place. That is what we want to do, because we have to accommodate each other and we have to show respect for each other. With that, MC, you can now continue.
Okay, thank you. So, with that lunch will be served at the end, is that what it's
There's lunch?
Yeah, there's lunch.
Okay. That is a good thing. After the dialogue, then the lunch will be short. As we eat lunch, we just go home. Yes, as we eat lunch, we just go home from there. No more coming back. Thank you.
So it looks as if the next few minutes that we have before 1:30 is for those that are supporting me to go around and collect the pledges. Is that correct? Yes. And if there's anybody that is watching that he has come with something very serious, want to say something. It has started coming. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I should not open now. Okay.
Yeah.
So, because if you close, when you were talking, sir, you didn't mention millions. You stop at 100,000.
Eh?
You stop at 100,000.
No. Okay. 1 billion.
So, more than 20, 30, 40 million. You never can tell, you know? All right. So, exactly. Thank you, sir.
And he had asked me to send his felicitations and congratulate you on your 25th and 30th anniversary, respectively. He had also asked me to apologize for his absence. He would have loved to be here, but he's currently with the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian for an assignment. This whole occasion, I'm supposed to make a pledge, but I will say just a few words before I go ahead to make my pledge for the book launch. He had asked me to say that this very occasion is meant for his organization, because with dialogue, we reach common understanding and agreement. With dialogue, trust is built. With dialogue, tolerance threshold is increased. With dialogue, we all, reach reconciliations seamlessly. It will excite you to note that today in Nigeria, we have about 6.7 million internally displaced persons. And part of the factors that has created these numbers is actually religious, crisis. And today, these people are in a very deplorable condition, seeking for assistance. And the Commission is doing all it can with the legal resources at its disposal to ensure that we provide, livelihood support, rehabilitation, reintegration, and resettlement to these people. So if we have this kind of platforms, this kind of forums, at intervals, it will reduce these numbers. So I think this program is our own. I congratulate you once again. And he had asked me to launch 10 copies of this book with a sum of 1 million naira. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Somebody whispered in my ears that since we've been talking, they didn't hear the voices of women. And I said I'm a very gender-sensitive person. I told them that yes, I'm a very gender-sensitive person. In fact, I am reserving the technical needs of the whole matter to the women, so that they can take the lead there and drive us. And in fact, when we get there, you will know that the women are solidly in charge. When you are building trees, you walk through the women. All right. So, any other hands? And I think it's time for me now to read this.
Let's get people. Please, if you don't want to make any comment, you are helping us. But if you don't write something, you are not helping us. So please, if you don't have a notebook teared from your program, the DG, our host, has already shown the example. He has already given his own sins.
Board mass. You know the here again. Board mass. No, you are accountant. Board mass, where is it? Board mass. Board mass, what is it? Okay, all right. How much is it? Oh, number is here. How much is it? Oh,
the account number is already here.
Donations can come in. How do they get the books when they've done the donations?
No, we're here.
The books are here. Okay. Some are coming down. Yes.
But what I've done is to ask for 50 copies to ensure that all the money stops.
The books are here, and some, if you need more than the ones that are here, not a problem. You can trust the two gentlemen. We will home deliver them to your organization or your home. Please.
If the paper come here, Chairman, can I mention it?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have a paper here from Andy Ikemeneme. Yes. Of Search for Common Ground. Search for Common Ground. I know this very well. That was where my
Thank you. On personal ground, myself and the three teams that come here, we are taking 3 copies at 10,000 naira. Then we want to take 10 copies for our agency, National Emergency Management Agency, for our own disclosed amount. So when you reach out to us, we will talk about the amount. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for them. Hello, bring 13 copies. Another 13 copies here. Yeah. Yes. All right. Some people are saying they want some explanation. Since I have a few minutes, let me say that. At the beginning of this journey, 30 years ago, they wrote a book called The Pastor and the Imam. How can you go? Now, this book is an improvement over and above The Pastor and the Imam. It is a culmination of the sequences of events that catalog these 30 years. The experiences, what you need to do, what they encountered, how they navigated the very difficult terrain across Nigeria, across the world, across Africa, and the kind of lessons that they learned. That anybody who reads this book can learn from it. You can internalize that learning, you can adapt, you can adopt, you can copy, you can paste. Oh, this book does not have a copyright control. Copyright control. SBN number. Okay, it has a copyright control. If you want to use the book, you must tell them, or you must give them credit that you are copying from the work of Imam Nuri Ashaba. So it is a practical book that demonstrates how local solutions can be used to address local issues. How unusual solutions are tackled by unusual problems are tackled with unusual solutions. So those that have that question, I think you get the idea now. So just buy the book. If you buy the book and then you read and then you add what you have had from me to what you read in the book, then okay. Just come here. Some people are fast and they bought the books. Yes. They've collected the books. So we just say thank you to them. Yes. Right. Yes. Yes. Apostle copies the home.
Can I get
Thank you so much once more. As a representative of EGNIA, I'm going to collect and pay for 2 copies of this book for 10,000, then take the book to my boss and equally show him the account details and the reports about the program. I'm sure that he's going to send something across with respect to the book. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Called on me. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm taking 2 copies.
Okay, sir.
Yes, and you know the organization I belong to.
Yes, sir.
You don't. I'm taking 2 copies. Each of the copy will pay 10,000.
Each one?
Each.
they given you the books? Have they given you the books? Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's get the piece of papers that you are writing. Just put your telephone number in it. If we don't give you now, by the time we come back for the session, we can give it to you.
Thank you,
but
sir.
in the meantime, they have 2 handbooks, maybe 2, early warning and early response. Those ones are free. It will be distributed on 1 copy to everybody. And are you ready? Yes. Yes. Please just go around, give each person 1 copy. So it is part of the product of the program that they implemented, one of which is the Community Initiative to Promote Peace, CIPPO. Yes. So as a result of that, it was funded by USAID. They have produced some early warning, early response handbook. So they are now going around giving this person 1 copy. Would I give you the book?
The chairman is okay. Thank you. Thank you. When people have all left, we don't do group photographs. They won't capture anybody.
Thank you.
I'll tell him, let's do the group photograph. Because people will not leave and won't get anybody.
Okay, so anybody who is asking for the microphone to speak on behalf of his organization? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed chairman and members of the high table. I'd like to respect everyone here. My name is Jennifer Serrano, and I am the founder of the Unity Project Nigeria. So what we're about at the Unity Project is creating awareness for the younger generation of Nigerians about the issues. So it's both religious and ethnic issues. And also there's a generation gap. I believe many of us here are parents or grandparents, and you'll find that there's a huge disparity between how your generation responds to how the Gen Zs or the Gen Alphas do. And so that's what we're doing. So we're, according to the Bible, that says bringing the fathers and the children together, lest there's a... so I'd like to thank you for the work. I was thinking, what was I 30 years ago? A very small girl. And I'd like to encourage that when you're organizing events, you have to carry the next generation along. You have to be relatable in your information, in your approach. If you look in this room, I'm sure there's less than 5% of persons under 30 here. And so our work is not complete if we're not carrying the next generation along. And I'd like to ask that there should be more collaboration with younger people. And so my organization, we make these things fun, but we're still speaking the same truth. Thank you. Oh, if I'm launching. Oh, well, I could just very well say we have a summit, a Unity Summit, December 11th here. And I'd like to invite everyone for that. And a Unity Festival on the 13th, hence my colorful t-shirt. Thank you.
So the lesson from this is that where the Gen Z generation want to be involved, they should also participate. Oh? Hey, now do something, you should participate. Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much. say your prayers and come back to this hall. And by the time you come back, okay, JDPC. Okay, 2 for this one. Yes, how much? Yes. So we have now the next 15 minutes for those who pray, say prayers, and then come back here. Okay. Even when we are going out, I must announce this arrival. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest fishes we are looking for is here. Muhammad Awal Sanjani, Executive Director of CISLA Nigeria.
Good afternoon, sir.
For so many international organizations. Transparency International.
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Within 48 hours, over 2,000 people lost their lives. We are first human before we became Christian or Muslim.
The diversity of our religion makes humanity sweet. I must respect the other people's religion.
A history-making day at the White House with the signing of the Abraham Accords.
On the 15th of September 2020, history was made when the President of the United States and Arab... It was this historic moment that birthed the Abraham Accords Declaration. This treaty also created an alliance to combat terrorism.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So definitely this. That's right.
Like I said, my friend. Which day was that? What? Which day was that? I've only been there like 3 times. They said that this Kano that they have some returnees. You know, what is the diaspora people that come out about? For TBC? What? No. Private? Oh, okay, cool. Take my picture. The way you went around the room and boycotted all the women. At least you can take the woman I went to UNG, so there was an SDG program. You know what they now did? They had somebody from Australia, from US, from this on one side. They had African people.
Oh, they separated it.
And now when I said, where's the organizer? I challenged them. I said, why do you have Africans on one side? They say they are not. He now said something. He said, yeah, there's no meaning like that. But after all, they invited us. I said, we should be thankful. They invited us to the table. I said, okay, let me take this picture and post it. I said I will push it online. I'll tell how the whole world, how the UN, the whole entire UN is racist. The man now started begging me after he now came. He appreciates. No, but she didn't complain of me. I would have. It's him that was telling me like this, like this. The guy now came to beg me. Now asked my name. I said, any support I need from you and you will give me. I'm a disruptor. I don't like inequality. I said, the whole UN, you brought us a UNG in New York to come and show us that Africans are unwanted. And you know what was sad? The Africans even brought us Spanish, not smart ones. The ones that were talking about how they needed more aid. Is it not the aid that we have been begging for to put us in this shit? One person said, you know, Africa, Nigeria is a third world. I said, it's not your fault, you're a house nigga. How are we third world? Because they said we are third world. The ones that said we are third world, what do they have?
We left.
And he's not supposed to respond.
In this space, we engage that might trigger conflict. We also do dialogue session for communities in disputes. We also hold mediation for communities that are divided along issues that have been affecting them.
Every human being is a mirror of God. You can see God in the other person. It is your humanity.
It is possible to disagree and yet live together. So that hand in hand,
we needed to protect the churches because at the slightest perceived provocation, the Muslim will pounce on the Christians in their communities, destroy them. You find Christians migrating because of the violence in northern Nigeria. Even Kano, Kaduna was at the point the epicenter of this kind of religious intolerance that goes into killing.
We realize we have a turning point. Or can we leave our people in darkness? Many youth who have been programmed to hate, who promote violence, who buy weapons, kill, maim, destroy places of worship in the name of protecting your own places of worship. We know this is not, we need to do something. The interfaith relation, interfaith dialogue, interfaith mediation is an ideal, is a principle in Islam.
By that training, that is how I began to know IMC, and they began to involve me in some of the activities that has to do with peaceful coexistence in anywhere you find yourself. Today, I have Muslim friends, I have Imam friends, I have so many sheikhs that are my friends due to the work that we are doing of interfaith mediation in all parts of Kaduna State and other states in Nigeria.
The impact of IMC in this place particularly can never be overemphasized.
Good.
I want to tell you that before I came here, this environment, I should be 8 years in this place now. There was no that cordial relationship between Christian and Muslim. But we have to call the attention of Dr. James, and through his impact, today, before our members will come to Christmas service on the 25th of December, you have a good number of Muslims seated in the church.
So they are doing a great work, trying to show people that humanity first, humanity first, humanity first. Most of these people that are trying to come to create all this chaos is for their personal gain. And it's high time for everybody's eyes to open. And this is what the IMC, I believe, are doing.
What you would say is success for me in my career here is in Interfaith Mediation Center is the signing of peace affirmation in Shandam, in Yelwa Shandam, where it's something that somebody called almost a genocide, where Muslims kill Christians, Christians kill Muslims. We went there and brokered peace, and they did a peace affirmation.
We will not be programmed to hate. Hate is not part of religion. Interfaith cooperation, interfaith relation is a cardinal principle that all the prophets of God maintain.
It's important to replicate the Abraham Accords Declaration across nations, and for each religion to promote peace and coexistence. I am Dolapo Aderoku.
Don't get to a point where you lose a limb like me.
Within 48 hours, over 2,000 people lost their lives. We are first human before we became Christian or Muslim.
The diversity of our religion makes humanity sweet.
I must respect the other people's religion.
A history-making day at the White House with the signing of the Abraham Accords.
On the 15th of September 2020, history was made when the President of the United States and Arab leaders solidified a peace treaty after mediating a bilateral agreement on Arab-Israeli normalization. signed between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, Israel and Bahrain. It was this historic moment that birthed the Abraham Accords Declaration. This treaty also created an alliance to combat terrorism.
Out of the seat of this beautiful rustic town in the north of Nigeria emerges a story of reconciliation, hope, and transformation.
Fitly together and joined together.
Uniquely speaking, we had a signing of a peace declaration in Kaduna after working with both the Christian Association of Nigeria and Jamaatul Nasr Islam, which is a Muslim counterpart of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna. They were not seeing eye to eye. Never will any visit the other, but through our mediation work, we're able to go on courtesy visit, carrying officers of Khan to visit JNI, officers of JNI to visit Khan.
I was unfortunate to be mentored by the ugly and the bad religious leaders who carry the pains of the past, who carry unhealed memory of history. They bring into it and transfer those unhealed memory into us. They transfer the pains of the colonial mentality or what the colonial has done to the African nations and the Muslim community in Nigeria. And not only what the colonial has done, the missionaries in conversion. So because of that, they hate anything to do with Christianity, anything to do with people of other faith, other culture that relate with the West.
Hello, Mr. Reward.
How are you? Happy to meet you. It's a pleasure. Well, actually, both the two faiths that are more popular in Nigeria practice peace and advocate for peace. I developed interest in getting involved in IMC activities after the Kaduna crisis. The God we are worshiping does not promote crisis. It rather makes provision for peace.
Until we take this unity of ourselves, looking at Pastor as my brother, looking at you as my brother, looking at Iman as one of my own brother, wallahi, the better it will be good for us.
Living together in peace is a word that you cannot emphasize.
In our community these days, like way back then when we were growing up, I could remember they don't involve with the children. We see those people, we greet them as though nothing is happening. If you are wrong, they discipline you. But these days is not like that. Once the mother is not greeting her neighbor, you the child, you dare not greet the same neighbor. And it's not supposed to be so.
In this space, we engage in advocacy program, meeting with the government officials on issues that might trigger conflict. We also do dialogue session for communities in disputes. We also hold mediation for communities that are divided along issues that have been affecting them.
Every human being is a mirror of God. You can see God in the other person. It is your humanity.
It is possible to disagree and yet live together. So that hand in hand.
We needed to protect the churches because at the slightest perceived provocation, the Muslim will pounce on the Christians in their communities, destroy them. You find Christians migrating because of the violence in northern Nigeria. Even Kaduna was at the point the epicenter of this kind of religious intolerance that goes into killing.
We realize we have a turning point. Or can we leave our people in darkness? Many youth who have been programmed to hate, who promote violence, who buy weapons, kill, maim, destroy places of worship in the name of protecting your own places of worship. We know this is not, we need to do something. the interfaith relation, interfaith dialogue, interfaith mediation is an ideal, is a principle in Islam.
By that training, that is how I began to know IMC, and they began to involve me in some of the activities that has to do with peaceful coexistence in anywhere you find yourself. Today, I have Muslim friends, I have Imam friends, I have so many sheikhs that are my friends due to the work that we are doing of interfaith mediation in all parts of Kaduna State and other states in Nigeria.
The impact of IMC in this place particularly can never be overemphasized.
Good.
I want to tell you that before I came here, this environment, I should be 8 years in this place now. There was no that cordial relationship between Christian and Muslim. But we have to call the attention of Dr. James, and through his impact, today, before our members will come to Christmas service on the 25th of December, you have a good number of Muslims seated in the church.
So they are doing a great work, trying to show people that humanity first, humanity first, humanity first. Most of these people that are trying to come to create all this chaos is for their personal gain, and it's high time for everybody's eyes to open. And this is what the IMC, I believe, are doing.
What you would say is success for me in my career?
I'm very Gen Z.
Okay. we'll just bring them. These are your own. Now? Why everyone want to take a done? Why?
Doctor, sister, you took my book. Yes.
Let me give you another one.
Yes. Yes, no problem. What now?
No, Chia.
Okay,
who is that? Me, I will even bring it to your center.
And then pay attention. The chairman is already seated.
I will give you the number.
We are now going to embark on the panel discussion. And some of the panelists are already on the high table. Yes. Those that have not seen there is where is Dr. Lukisu? Is she there? Okay, thank you. Please join the high table. Join the panel table. This is the panel table. Okay, can we proceed now? Can we proceed now? All right. Now, there is a microphone there in the middle. Is that correct?
Okay, you can mix.
Okay. Now, there is just one topic for this panel discussion, and we would like to hear perspective. Someone has said that each one of them will take about 5, 6, 7 minutes to give a holistic perspective. If we are able to do that around, then we'll be able to save our time. Is that correct, Chairman? I'm relaying the message of the Chairman. So the microphone is in the middle, and Dr. Joseph Atang has told me not to start from him. Then, but now we can start from him. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished gentlemen, celebrants, and everybody. Good afternoon. We're talking about empowering the youth in peace building, which is very, very critical. There are two qualities of the youth, or there are two phases of the youth. One phase is that the youth the youth are copycats. They are copycats. And then secondly, the youth are innovators. They are copycats because what they see and what they hear is what they want to see and hear, or what they want to say and hear, and do, sorry. So if, so they watch our behaviors of the elders. What the elders do is what they see and they copy. What the elders say is what they hear and they copy. So behaviorally, they tend to drift towards what the elders are doing, the behavior of the elders, and what the elders are saying, what they say, and what the elders say to themselves and what they say to them. So these are copycats. But the youth are also innovators. They innovate because they are very inquisitive. They are very curious. And so they like to learn. So they like to learn because they want to be sure that they are living this life in a very happy way, and the way that is acceptable to themselves and to God, for some of them who already know God. Yeah, so in empower them, peace building, what do we do when you have a population like that? copying, it's learning. Learn the good, the bad, and the ugly. That is learning. So what do we do to empower them in peace building? That means that we, the elders, we have to watch what we do. We have to watch our behavior. We have to watch with them. And in view of can zero down to the religious leaders. So in view of what is happening today, we can zero it down to our religious leaders. What are religious leaders doing? How do they behave? What do they say? What comes out of their mind? What do they say to each other? And what do they say to them? What do they tell them? So that is the first thing we have to be very careful about. So watch what we do, because they are copying us. And for the second facet of learning, of learning, we have to watch out what they are learning. It's very important that we watch what our youth are learning. The world has become a global village. We have the internet today. You can't take an iPhone or an Android phone full of data, open up all the applications for a 5-year kid, 5-year-old kid, a 6-year-old kid. So we have to be very, very careful what they learn too. So careful how we behave, what we say to each other, what we do to each other, what we say to them and do to them. We have to be careful what they learn. We have to watch what to build a youth population that is sensitive to conflict. Now, after that, of course, there are so many other things that we need to do. We need to empower them in values. The religions, not misinterpreted. Again, we have to give them skills for peace building. If they all the ethical qualities, they have some knowledge, we need to give them skills. It's not enough to know peace. That is peace. That is what peace is. There are certain things you know better by doing them. Peace building is one of those things. You know them better by doing them. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I want to encourage you to your area. It's like being in the military. Those who have gone to war and have fought a war are dealing with all kinds of crises. Better know how to deal with this crisis. So, because they have the skills. So, we have to give them the skills, not teaching them to stay in peace. If you have, for example, 2 of the children fighting, you will not call them and say, why are you fighting? Don't you know that you're brothers? You are a very shameless person. You're beating your junior brother. What kind of nonsense is that? Are you not ashamed? Your junior brother, come and stop that. They will stop it. They will stop it. But you have not solved the problem. You have not resolved the conflict. What you need to do is to sit them down and hear what the issue is. What is the issue? Then deal with it. So peace building is about dealing with issues. It's not about preaching. If it was preaching, if our religions stand in memorial, we wouldn't be having conflicts. But the religions have been teaching it since time immemorial. Right? It has a lot to do in of course, preaching and campaigns. They have a lot to do in peace building, but
Doctor, your time is running. Just run up. Okay. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for him. So let's hear Dr. Blikisu. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Happy to be here talking about interfaith peacebuilding. I'd like to say that it's my very first time of talking about interfaith, and so I'll go through the approach of women, inclusivity, and youth. I would like to our attention that from the first person, that's the high table, I'm sorry say educate a woman, if you educate a woman, the Quran says you educate a whole nation. So one of the speakers here mentioned that our major problem of interfaith and conflict has to do with bad parenting. And it is true, we can all agree to that. And the way parents, as you rightly said, children copy. So we should be careful in what we do, in what things we say, and the way we treat our neighbors. And also, the youths are not giving enough attention they need. No youth can be, we are not even giving religion the awareness or exposing our children with information, with that inquisitiveness to know about the other religion. We must pay attention to our own faith and protecting our children to follow what God says and according to scriptures. But we should also ignite that inquisitiveness in them. Why is the other religion different from me? I really want to know about my neighbor. What is it about? You grow up with your neighbors, live together, eat together, or you still have that reservation when it comes to religion. Imagine Christmas food and Salah food. Your neighbor, every Christmas will bring food to your house. Not every member of the house will eat that food. And the same vice versa. So, what is it? Must you have to go to Quranic school or to go to any biblical school to be able to know what it takes to eat your neighbor's food or not? So we should make those knowledge so easy for everybody to access, for our children to be able to relate in their daily lives. It's not about going to Islamic school or Christian school. We have lost it along the way. And that is one of the beginning of our crisis in this country. We must learn to stay together, appreciate each other. Make school went from JS1 to 3 before she left was an Igbo girl in Kichi. And I didn't even care whether she was Muslim or Christian. I'm lucky to come from the Northeast, where I grew up. I go to church. My mother was a teacher. I grew up in the staff quarters in the secondary school. They do devotions in the evening. We go to those classes, dance and sing I know all the Christian songs. You know, that is a privilege for me. It is a privilege for me. And I fear for my fellow Muslims that live in the northwestern part of the country. They don't have that relations. So we should be patient and try to teach each other. When we meet somebody of a different religion or any kind of person, try to learn from them rather than to avoid them. Let's try to learn from people. Mine is mostly of advice. So we parents should try to teach our children interfaith. When I was told I will speak as a panelist, I was shivering. I was so confused. You can ask my boss. I said, what will I tell them? I've never done anything dialogue, interfaith. What is it? But when I started reading interfaith, I learned that you don't even need to learn the whole Quran to know what interfaith means. You don't need to learn the whole Bible. All you need is just a little curiosity to go a little further, one step at a time. And this journey has started, and I wish God will guide me to continue in this path. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blikisu. I think what we have done is the dialogue that way. That's the interfaith dialogue. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, distinguished audience and fellow panelists. It is a real privilege to be here, to be on this side of the table, the facilitation table, to share my own perspective based on the issue we are discussing this afternoon. Indeed, I would like to speak slightly from a different point of view from the two speakers. I would like to speak on the point of youth demography, which we know it is increasing by the day. Globally, we have about 1.8 billion population of youth.
I'm sure this guy is from Kanu.
Yes, we have an increasing unfortunately, about 600 million of that population, reside within conflict setting. This is something that we find ourselves as a nation, as a people, and we are unable really to manage, the youth bulge. Why we keep deploying more energy in the kinetic approach, to conflict, we tend to overlook the non-kinetic approach. And perhaps from the previous section, we have learned that a lot of budget expenditure have been made on conflict, and yet what we see is continued escalation of conflict. Before it used to be within state, but now it has spread across the entire nation. If we look at it, why is interfaith dialogue not gaining the grounds that it should be gaining? The two persons that we are celebrating today, they were able to discover themselves, through conflict. They were able to discover that we still have positive energy that we can channel, in order to save ourselves, save our humanity, and even promote economic growth and development within the society that we live. One thing that is happening in our contemporary times, especially among the youth, unemployment seems to dominate, their midst of livelihood. A lot of youth will go to school, and at the end of the day, they end up roaming the street without any job opportunity. It is so unfortunate that we have got it to a level where before you get any employment, either in the public sector, you must know somebody. You must have somebody that knows somebody before you can be employed, even though you are overqualified. So if we continue in this direction, then we'll continue to experience the youth, the insecurity that we have, in our contemporary times. Looking at it, in terms of leadership role, our youth are not really given, the space, to take that leadership role. You can imagine there was a bill that said never too young to run, which was meant to open up the political space for the young people. But out of even when that bill was passed, how many of our youth, in terms of financial capacity, had the capacity, to really run politically? So the top in terms of leadership seems to be dominated, by the old, while the youth are relegated or marginalized. So to really secure the future of interfaith dialogue, this platform is very novel and is very welcome. I mean, it's very wonderful. It has gathered us, today in order to engage, and for the youth really to be given, to be given the opportunity to function, as interfaith mediators, in the future. Platform of this nature really need to be expanded. We cannot just have, this platform, in Kaduna alone, and then having imam and sheikh, imam and pastor going all over the state, all over the nation, trying to mediate, in terms of on issues of interfaith.
Thank you.
Each religion really needs to come up with a platform of this nature so that the youth, adherents, will be accommodated and be given the skills that are required, to learn the art of interfaith mediation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity. All protocols duly respected. Thank you so much, my sister Bikiso, and I ally with you and with many of us for that beautiful observation. Anyway, we are used to it. That's what we go through in all sectors. But the time has come for us to change it. I mean, women. We are talking about having more women here on the table. But we have one who couldn't talk from morning till afternoon. She was just here to decorate the table, even though she was representing Cardinal. So apart from being a panelist, she is also representing. So because of that, Mr. Moderator, I'm going to do my remarks here and then my panel presentation. So don't stop me by in 7 minutes time. So you see how I lobbied for it, for more time. Yes, we are here to celebrate important people who have made landmarks in our lives, in our communities, in our society, across Africa, and the world at large. These are the people that we know. They don't make up their stories. They are real. They are original. They are authentic. And they have called us to come here to reflect on how we can, the way I titled mine, how we can empower the next generation of peace builders. And I put it this way: leadership pathways for women and youth, because I didn't just want to talk about youth or women in isolation. I want to bring two of them together because these are two very important groups that are often marginalized, excluded, forgotten most of the time. But we know very well that we cannot move forward. There is no future without these two groups, especially the young people. So now I'm going to give my reflections based on what has worked for us, because we are talking about how do we bring these young people, women and youth on board, let's say in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years. Where do we want to see them? And how can we begin now to cultivate that? And in doing that, I decided to go back, to what has been working as a case study for us, just as other speakers have already mentioned. And in this particular program, I'm proud to tell you that both our pastor and the imam are fully involved in it. They are not just partners, to that program, but mentors to that program. And what am I talking about? I'm going to give a case study of Cardinal Michael Foundation for Peace Fellowship program, which I believe will be one of the ways to empower the next generation of peace builders, to build them, to prepare them, so that they will be able to give back to the society. They will be able to do the needful, especially when it comes to peace. Yes, in dialogue you may not need to learn much, but you have to have basics. It's very, very necessary, so that when we get to the table, we will know what to do. So I'm going to give example with our fellowship program. As I said earlier, the main people that brought us here are fully into it, and they have been mentoring young people over 10 years now on how to build peace. Empowering the next generation of peace builders is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic necessity for our society, especially now that we are confronting rising polarization, violent extremism, deepening identity-based conflict. Women and young people remain at the heart of these challenges, yet they are often excluded from the decision-making tables. As we reflect on leadership pathways within interfaith mediation, the experience of the Cardinal Michael Foundation for Peace Fellowship offers powerful lessons on how structured training, mentorship, and community engagement can transform these underrepresented groups into influential peace actors. One of the ways we can do this is by expanding knowledge and building core mediation competencies. This is because emerging leaders can only be trained and equipped through competencies, because that is needed for interfaith mediation. The COFP Fellowship Program stands out in this regard because through its rigorous curriculum, fellows gain expertise in conflict analysis, dialogue facilitation, cultural sensitivity, negotiation and systems thinking. Women and youth who may not have had access to such professional development, as my sister Nikis mentioned here, are empowered through this fellowship with the confidence and technical skills to operate in mediation spaces that were traditionally dominated by older male elites. The democratization of knowledge is transformative through this program. Another way is through creating inclusive platforms for interreligious collaboration. Effective peace building requires more than technical skills. It's not just about learning skills. It requires safe and inclusive platforms where diverse actors can work together. COFP's model emphasizes building strong networks across religious, ethnic, and professional lines. This is because leadership cannot mature in isolation. It grows through partnership and networks. One of COFP's strongest contributions is its international creation of INTERFAITH platform of intergenerational and interdisciplinary platforms where fellows collaborate, share personal narratives, challenge biases, and build mutual trust. By purposely fostering interfaith teamwork among fellows, the program cultivates mutual trust, empathy, and friendship that continue long after the fellowship ends. Another way is through mentorship, which remains one of the fellowship's most impactful components. The COFP Fellowship integrates a mentorship component where fellows are guided by senior peace builders, religious leaders, gender advocates, mediators, and academicians. For women and youth who frequently face cultural and institutional barriers, this mentorship offers guidance, validation, encouragement, open doors for opportunities for them, and a sense of belonging in peace-building spaces. Another way we can bring up these emerging leaders is through practical field engagements and community impact projects. Leadership is strengthened through action. It's not about words. So COFP Fellowship ensures that every fellow undertakes a community-based peace project, which provides an opportunity for them to apply the skills they learn in real context by designing and implementing activities in their community to demonstrate leadership, credibility, and also challenge stereotypes. And this shows that they are not merely beneficiaries but active agents of peace. Through these experiences, they learn to navigate complex religious dynamics, engage gatekeepers in their communities, and design sustainable interventions for peace and collaboration in the community. The last point here on how to engage and include young people and women in peace building is through structures that institutionalize the participation of women and youth, as I said at the beginning. Perhaps, as far as I'm concerned, that is the most crucial pathway in the creation of institutionalized way of bringing young people and women into peace building. The COFP Fellowship influences this by producing leaders who go on to serve in interfaith councils, community mediation forums, policy networks, and civil society organizations. As more women and youth peace builders enter these spaces, they help redesign local and national peace architectures to be more inclusive, more representative, and more responsive to the realities of marginalized groups. So, my brothers and sisters, empowering the next generation of peace builders requires more than one-off training, just the way we are having it here. We cannot say we have been empowered as peace builders. No way. It requires a strategic ecosystem of learning, mentorship, support, and opportunities to lead. The COFP Fellowship provides a compelling case study on how such an ecosystem can be built. I have to obey the Mr. Moderator. He has given me warning that it is my time. So what I have mentioned here, as I said at the beginning, is how to bring women and youth on board in peace building. It goes beyond presuming that you know what dialogue is. Our Pastor James and the Imam didn't presume. You heard about the trainings they went. One of the speakers spoke about the trainings they went through before they were able to function more effectively. So in doing that, if we want to build the next generation of peace builders, then you have to begin to apply for trainings that will, like fellowship program organized by COFP, where the pastor and imam are mentors, are facilitators, are trainers, and partners to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Agatha. Can I continue? Okay. So, thank you so much. All protocol duly observed. First of all, I would like to appreciate Reverend Pastor and Imam Ashafa for even realizing it's time for them to have a transition. Often in this space and in our continent, people hardly have, when they're in a leadership position, hardly have any transition plan. And that's why you see a 19-year-old man still contesting and wanting to be the president of a country. So I think it's important that they set this in motion. So looking at the future, how do we actually empower our next generation of peace builders? The first thing that we need to do is to provide them with effective analytical tools. What do I mean by that? For them to even understand the context. In any conflict situation, the first thing you do, you analyze. You find out the drivers of the conflict. You find out those who are perpetuating. You find out those who are promoting peace and those who are against peace. So the first thing for them is to have that analytical understanding of the operating environment. What is the situation? And in peace building, what experts do, like Agatha and my friends who are here, is that you look at the cause and effect. Often what we hear in Nigeria is about the figures, fatalities, people have been killed, this and number. But after a while, people don't look at the fundamental drivers of this conflict. And it is important that this young generation of peace builders truly understand that. I think General Agwe mentioned that for you to cut the tree, you have to go through the roots and operate that. So look at Nigeria as it is today. Demographically, and based on the National Bureau of Statistics, over 50% of Nigerians today are people or young men under the age of 25. So in the next 10 years, what we are going to have is that the peace architecture, the promoters of peace or otherwise, will depend on this young generation of peace builders. And then out of that, you look at even the poverty level. Again, going back to the statistic, you are talking about 63% of Nigerians, they are multidimensionally poor. And then when you take our number, we are over 200. 63% of that will give you what? Almost getting to 144 or there, depending on the statistics that you are looking at. They are multidimensionally poor. Looking at the survey that looks at their housing, their education, everything there. But people don't seem to link the intensity of the violence that we're seeing to some of these economic conditions. You look at the landmass, you have the population increase, like my friend talked about the youth board. That's only a piece of the pie. Overall, you find that our population is growing. And what happened? The land mass is not also expanding. We have 923,000 square kilometers. In 1960, we had like about 60 or 63 million Nigerians. Today we are talking about more than 200. And in the next generation, we have more than that. What are the economic opportunities? What are the issues and so on? So you look at that. You also bring the education, for instance. How many out-of-school children do we have? The statistics varies, and I want you to go and look at that. Some will tell you 10 million and above. Some will say 7, some will say. Now when you take 10 million or you say 8 million, that's about the population of a particular smaller countries. Some of those countries that you, or you take a state in Nigeria that is more than that. But people don't link at that. So it's important the next generation of our peace builders look at all this, that you need to empower them to understand that. And then the next thing is that you look at the employment or unemployment rate or an underemployment is also putting a lot of pressure on it. So put all this together. You cannot take your eyes off from the drivers of this cause. Yes, somebody will tell you, yeah, religious factor is there and so on and so forth. Yes, I'm not discounting the religious identity, but often it's used as a camouflage. The underlying factor may be resources that people are competing over. And you look at the land, the same land that I mentioned to you, every year, and then you can look at, UNICEF has provided that statistic, Daily Trust has provided its own statistic, World Bank has also provided that. And then this is how it goes. Every year, we lose 350,000 hectares of land to desertification. And then you now push out, all those people around there will push or move on in search of livelihood. Where do they go? They go to arable areas where you have access to water, access to agriculture, and then our population is expanding. And of course, the control of land is not even in the hands of the federal government, it's in the hands of the state governor. Some of them have been given very large farms. And so the farmer is struggling to feed his family. And the harder is also doing, and there are also other factors. So the point I'm making is that we need to look at the fundamental causes. Often I argue, yes, religious factor is there, but sometimes you also realize that if you provide skills to these young people, especially livelihood, so it's not enough just to train them on dialogue, how to live together peacefully when they live on empty stomachs. You may teach them to be peaceful, but hunger doesn't know whether you are peaceful or not. And it doesn't discriminate whether you are a Muslim or Christians. And I often tell this argument that sometimes people tend to blow this issue of religious factor as the main cause. And I used to give them an example, and I can. When Pastor Imam Ashafa are traveling across the world, in their plane, for instance, if there is a strong turbulence, and maybe there is an announcement, please, and maybe the pilots come up to say, we have a problem. Can somebody come over to help us? I don't think Pastor James will go because he's a pastor, or Imam Ashafa will go. They will look for a skillful pilot to be able to do that. So the point is the same thing that we're doing. We need to provide those skills that can address some of these issues, because there are challenges this young generation of peace builder with, the economic challenges, and then the digital ecosystem that is fed with so much fake news and so much misinformation. Sometimes you see an issue or an event that had taken place many years ago being recycled as a recent one. Oh, they're killing our own, and so on and so forth. So the point I'm making, they do that. And then there's one thing that we do in peace building, and I want that to be incorporated even in the curriculum, is the do no harm. When somebody is going to actually intervene, whether government, any of the policy issues that you are talking, whether education, you need to take into account, do you know, there's the people that are being marginalized, where are they, the women, where are the young people, where are the people? Why is it that you don't need to focus on your own people alone? You always ask the question, who is missing here? Because in the event of that, in your budgeting, in your policy, you need to do that. So my advice to them, they do policy advocacy. The early warning, early system is happening, and then a number of other things that happen. And then lastly, I would tell them that working in the peace building space requires your own personal reconciliation with your own soul. Just realize that what you are doing it for the sake of God or humanity, because there is no money there. If you are looking to the money that you are talking about a different, and there are a lot of other players silently working. But the work of a peace builder is like a goalkeeper. He will prevent so many goals from entering into the net. But what happened? When one goal goes in there, the spectator remember that, oh, this is what happened. Yeah. So,
like Nwabali on Sunday.
So this is what is happening. So please, I will stop at this point to say that it's our job to help these young people, but it is also our job as leaders to encourage them, because whatever they do, the narratives that they are actually taking from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's put our hands together for all the panelists again. Now, the chairman has graciously agreed that we can give 1 minute each to 3 people, and he told me to focus on the women. Madam, I am making amends, so you should appreciate now. Okay. Let's see the hands. Yes, you. Another woman. Yes, you. And then you. Because it cannot all be women. Yes. They say 1 minute. Oh.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, Mas. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Elizabeth Nwachiko, representing Fabulous Minds Women Initiative. And I appreciate you, Dr. Mrs. I forgot the name again. Thank you, yes, for highlighting on hammering that women are really marginalized. We are not feeling good about it. And I'm happy you mentioned it. But I'll quickly deviate a bit from that. Since it has been mentioned, I'll quickly like us to look at where we can, how we can, in my own suggestion, how we can, or what we can do to bring the youth to light. Because from my own little understanding, what I see is that some of us parents still give the wrong advices to our children. Some of us intentionally do this, instigating pain in children that are harmless. Yes, we do that intentionally. You tell a child, why do you go there? Don't you know he's not this, she's not that? And these children are so innocent. Please, let's quickly look at how to look away from this side. If we must live in peace and harmony, it is an intentional act. It is very intentional. We can't put that away. And then secondly, I was considering if it were going to be possible, can we create peace ambassadors from our children in their schools? For examples, we can say, okay, create competitions amongst the children, like create a drama group. You say, children between these ages bring up a drama presentation and they are awarded for good presentations. Like you bring up a child from a Christian home, a Muslim home, and you say, okay, give us something that could be televised someday. And then we use that to encourage us. That is one. And then secondly, I was looking at, can we create a real-time mental health awareness and one-on-one for people who are traumatized. Many people we see today who are coming back to playback have gone through 1 or 2 issues. They've been victims of something and they want to pay back. They have seen and they have seen their family being brutalized, and they are like, no, I must. This kind of persons need mental health care. They need sensitization, not just about talking to them. Even after talking to them, there is a need for us to continue assessment on them because they won't heal. So this is where I'm coming from. And then thirdly, sir, sorry, I'll quickly look at another area. I'm saying, can we create a platform? If it's possible, sir, from the IMC, if it's possible to create a platform where you can listen and tell people's story, televise it or put it on the air. We want to tell a story of how somebody healed, of how somebody passed through this, and what you can do to heal. People want to hear the story. People want to connect to other people. I don't know how this can be done, but I know this is possible. We want to share in your pain. We want to align. We want to forgive. We want to heal. We want to reconnect. I have more here, but I will just stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Where's the other? Please don't turn it into a lecture. Let's do elevator pitch. I train people on elevator pitch.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barrister Chisom Chude. I speak on behalf of the Justice, Development, Peace, and Caritas Initiative. I appreciate the panelists for all they've spoken about. They treated basic issues concerning the youth. However, there are things I enlisted I want to talk about. First is the digital misinformation. Most times, what causes most of these conflicts come from our social media space. The kind of information we put out there, the ethnic hate speech, the religious hate speech, and every other thing that comes out there affect our growing youth. So we need to tackle that. Another point again I want to note is that people have lost faith in the religious structures. Because most times what we do in our churches most is talking about our religion and against other beliefs. And so when people grow up and see things happening in the society, they don't trust the structures again. So we have to start from the background to be able to teach our children, our sisters, our brothers, how we can be able to accommodate others in our beliefs. So that when they come out there, that structure will continue to model them into what we believe is peace in the society. Lastly, I want to say something, that peace, that because of peace, that is why we are here today. So when we preach peace, we should also be able to practice it. It's peace that has enabled us to be here today, and as such, we should start from our families to show what peace is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The chairman of this event, I pray to rest on the existing protocol. Just to commend the panelists for the presentation they have given to us this afternoon, and to also say my own contribution or remark, if you may admit that, is to say that while the panelists were making a presentation, certain things stood out for me. The first speaker, and I think Dr. Bilkisu, as well as Reverend Sister Agatha, and the last speaker. The first speaker and the last speaker spoke about the digital space and how we are to restrain our youth in the use or access to the digital space. Then what came to my mind immediately was, how do we regulate, how do we restrain the youth? More so when they are more tech savvy than the older generation. So that should be something that we can look into as well to ponder on. How we set the limit for persons who are more tech savvy than the ones who are supposed to limit them. That's just on the one part. And then secondly, Sister spoke about the Cardinal Nayakam Foundation, peace model, the model they use, the training and all that, which is for me is very remarkable. It's a very good model that I think that others can also, emulate. Now, just to say this before I conclude, I am here representing Reverend Father George Ehusani, the Executive Director of Luxterra Leadership Foundation. And part of the thing we do at Luxterra is about this peace building, interfaith dialogue, as well as building bridges. And just to say also that we just concluded a training, a program recently of peace building in selected states in the Middle Belt, Nasarawa, Benue, and Plateau, which are mostly conflict-ridden areas. Of course, it involved both the Christian aspect wing as well as the Islamic wing. So I think that apart from the fact that we are here today to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the IMC, which to me is a great milestone, and I send the warm greetings of our executive director to the persons who are celebrating here today. They are indeed great Nigerians who have made impact over the years. Just to also conclude to say that it is important that, as Dr. Bilkisu said, we are bringing up children. What values are we inculcating in them? If you're a Christian, you are talking about your Christian faith, and you're not allowing your children to be open to the other faith. So they are having a kind of parochial education. So it will be important, it will be nice that if we have them open to other faith. For example, I grew up in the north, and there is this perception about, okay, those from the north are really not that brilliant. I said, no. Where I schooled in Yola, I am from the south. In my class, I never took first. The persons who were first, second, and third were from the north. So that is a way we can, we disabuse the minds of our younger ones. As they grow up, we inculcate those values and open them up to other religions as well. That will help, in my opinion, in building up bridges and ensuring peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, with your kind permission, let me give the last 1 minute to Dr. Senki.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Imran Suman Sani from the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. I think mine is all I want to chip in to what the first speaker and the last speaker said about issue of bringing youth into peace building space. I just want to call attention to, I think, one of the things, or a few things that IPCR have been doing in terms of that. I think that in 2021, IPCR established a network of peace, network of policymakers to support peace, reconciliation, and development in Nigeria, where is a network that involves both the religious leaders, the policymakers into the same table, which we discuss issue of conflict. After the establishment of the network, there was a national survey where the IPCR come up with issues based on each of the 6 geopolitical zones, and based on those issues, quarterly review meetings were convened based on each of those issues and addressing some of those issues. So, and again, you mentioned issue of digital space, which I also want to draw attention to. IPCR also conducted a digital peace building conference here, where all these youth, bloggers, social media influencers were invited here, were trained into issue of misinformation and disinformation. Because some people even pass we came to learn that some people pass some of this information unknowingly. Because everybody now have access to data, access to information. By just seeing information, you copy, you just paste, without knowing whether those informations are truth or not, without verification, whether those information will wreak havoc or not. People just copy and paste those informations. Then later, they will now find out that either those informations are fake or not. So IPCR have done that, and I want to say that we are not where we supposed to be, but we are not where we used to be. So IPCR as institutions have done a lot in terms of bringing youth into the discussions. By also training youth, IPCR also have conflict monitors in the 774 local governments in Nigeria, where they have been trained on conflict sensitivity, issues around conflict early warning signs, and reporting. So I just want to draw attention to some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think that we have covered a lot of ground, so we come back now to see what we can do within the shortest possible time that remains for us. This one that he's bribing you and you are sending the message through me now? Okay. You want to say something? Can you guarantee that?
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chairman and the panelists. My name is Silvanus Udoino from Creep Africa Initiative. You know, when the first speaker, my brother, started with the youth, and we've heard a lot of comments, but nobody has actually spoken directly to the youth platform. We have the NYAC. is a platform that covers, it has a national spread. It's everywhere. I think this is a platform we can actually use. There's this thing they call CDS, Community Development, for Community Development. Why not we think of how we can incorporate peace building, maybe establish peace building CDS in the NYC so that it can actually help in driving most of these conversations to where they are serving. I think it can also actually be a major contribution in driving issues that has to do with peace building, conflict resolution, and whatsoever the related issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So what is there is that if we call the vote of thanks before the closing remarks by Imam and the Reverend, I think we will be doing it upside down. Cool? Let us take their remarks, then the vote of thanks can come in. Does it make sense, sir? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because we want to appreciate you, Chairman, appreciate all of you, because at the moment, this is the dream of IMC. We hope to have this structure like Ogiri Conference Center around Regina. We do hope we'll have some people who will partner with IMC in that, because we want to have an institution where we raise for. But on behalf of my colleague who is not here, there is no bigger word than thank you. If I begin to itemize the thank you, we will not go today. So whether they do you small like this, the word is thank you. Whether they do it as wide as my hand, is still thank you. So on behalf of everyone, thank you this side, thank you that side. I wish you God's journey mercy as you go back home. Thank you.
You know, the good thing about these two people is that if one is not there, he will just represent the other one, and the other one have no reason to say no. Pastor Reverend Engiwa, I saw you here, but Imam Sani is not here. Abdullah Sufi is not here. Okay, well, all right. You are recognized. Okay, I'm introducing you that you are recognized. Okay, all right. So for vote of thanks. Okay. Oh, okay, say something.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salisu. And first of all, let me thank him for please a round of applause for Dr. Salisu. He's been everywhere in the hall, making sure that we all hear and listen carefully to the program. On behalf of the Director General, my name is Chukwemeka Amba. I'm the Deputy Director, Office of the Director General, and I'm here standing in for Dr. Joseph Ochogu. He's upstairs. We have some other guests that have come in that will still come down here. So I'm just taking very brief vote of thanks. Today has been a truly inspiring reflection of 3 decades of interfaith dialogue, peace building, and collective commitment to a more peaceful Nigeria. And we expect special recognition to the founders of IMC, Imam Dr. Mohammed Nourin Ashafa and Dr. James Mobel-Uye. Your dedication, courage, and lifelong service to interfaith harmony stand as a powerful example for our nation and beyond. Today's celebration, along with unveiling of IMC's Vision 2035, is a testament to your vision and resilience. We also thank Your Excellencies, especially our Chairman, General Aguayi. Every time IPCR calls, he comes. I can remember last year he came and chaired our farmer-herder conflict with NIM Foundation. It was fantastic. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. The diplomatic community, traditional rulers, leaders, and all the academics that have come. I'm going to bridge it because we have to close now. My sincere appreciation goes to guest speakers, the panelists. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. They've done fantastic work. They've really worked, and we've heard a lot from them. Then we also recognize and appreciate our partners, UFUK, that is providing the small entertainment for here is being provided by Ufuk Dialogue Foundation. They've been IPCR's partners and also partners to IMC. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. Then our hardworking planning committee, I can't forget my committee, myself, Chukwemeka, the Dr. Tom, Dr. Abdullahi, the rapporteuring team, Mr. Olushola, I think he's upstairs with the DG, Miss Charity, that has been working behind the scenes. She's been, Charity Avala, working so much. Mr. Kazim, I don't know if Mr. Kazim is around for IMC. We've been having meetings together. So on behalf of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, and finally to all participants here, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much, and God bless you as you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. We started with national anthem. We will, not yet. Mr. Chairman, sir. Okay. Mr. Chairman, do you want to say something before we close? Yeah. Don't worry, I have told them. One by one. No, you don't. You tell them. Sir, do you want to say something before we just say what? Yes. Sir? Oh, okay. We can do it here now. Yes. So you now it's time for the yes. Where is Lengiwa? Where is Imam Ashapa? He cannot get lost in this kind of occasion. Who will look for in Assumption? In Assumption? Shimaba na kanemo mu Imam Ashapa yaje nani? Yeah, yes, sir. Okay. Okay, so that's all right. Okay, all right. So, okay. 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 So that's all right. Okay. So when we take the national anthem, then we'll do a group photo here. We want to see how this place can take all of us. So after the national anthem, you just move over here. Let us see what we'll do. Including you, Dr. Lapini. I saw you. I was introducing you earlier. Dr. Lapini, thank you very much for coming. All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary.
Are you ready with the national anthem?
Marching